with the first part of the project, which is the server side or the back end, where all the, let's say, heavy lifting happens, the places you don't see. Okay, so that's where we are going to be able to store our information and work with most of the things that we need to work with. But then to build that, we actually have to have, let's say, an environment where we are going to use to interact with that place, just like the way that we have the shell project, or how we did the shell project. Okay, so we are going to build an environment or an interface where we are going to be able to interact with uh, models, right? And models meaning that the things we would like to work with on our web page, maybe we would have users, we would have many things, right? So depending on the different things that are going to be on our website, we can use models, right? Basically, to say that we are modeling the real world entity that we are trying to work with, right? As in users, um, places, anything that you can think about that is, let's say, a real world object. Okay, so because working with it with the usual way that maybe you might write code to do that might not be very good, but rather having an interface where we can just work with it is much better, and it also facilitates debugging and faster way of working with things. Okay, so now that's the first part of the thing, and we are working with the file storage. So we are going to save our information or everything on, pertaining to our work so far to a file, what is going to be a JSON file. So currently, that's what we are going to be building. But at the end of the day, we are going to be building all of these, right? So for now, we are not going to be worried about what this is, this SQL thing, the MySQL, the RESTful APIs. We wouldn't worry about that yet. But they are what would, let's say, in the future, make everything that we are doing a whole, right? We are building a website, but so far you can see there's nothing that looks like a website just yet. We are working in the background for now. Then we will start putting in the flesh and everything will look okay. So that's where we are now. We are going to build a console, and then everything we are going to do is going to be within a file, right? So that's really everything that we are going to be tackling. We tackle concepts with classes, inheritance. What's the other one? Basically, a lot of concepts that is regarding object-oriented programming, as well as data serializing and then deserializing. Most of those things would also come back in again, right? So essentially, that's what we are going to be doing, and we are going to use some nice frameworks to be building a shell-like environment which will interact with the things that we are going to build, right? So we are going to have everything working fine, but then we are going to have an interface where we can easily just manipulate the data from, right? So at the end of the day, we are going to see something like this. Um, a moment. By the time we are done, we are going to have something that looks, let's say, it's like this, right? So we're going to have it's a console that looks something like this, right? Where we can interact with all the things that we have on our system, right? So, for example, in our shell, for example, we can do ls because ls is a valid command. We can do pwd because it's a valid command, and a lot more stuff, right? But then we are going to tackle most of these things step by step, and then build it as we go along, right? So, Charles, what's that?
Yes, I just have a quick question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I did the I did this Airbnb project, right? But I had to defer for like 2 or 3 months, so I've not had the time to come back. And it seems so new to me again. Is that normal? Do I have to go to all the resources? Or what do you advise that I do? Because I still get lost when I'm with the syntaxes and all that. So what do you advise that I do before you proceed?
Okay, sorry about that. So, since you're not very sure where to start from, I would suggest starting from the beginning, right? So, I think it's going to be much better to start from the point of origin, because from there, then you can continue. But if you are sure that you can start from a particular point and then move on, all right, that's fine. But from what you just said, it's like you're not very sure you like the concepts are maybe jumbling upon you. So what I usually suggest is maybe get back to the basics and then start from the beginning, right, where you are going to be much more comfortable, and then work your way up from that side. Right. So that's the whole idea.
Okay, okay, thanks.
All right, sure. You are welcome. Okay, so like I was saying that what we're going to build is just like the shell we built back then. Okay, so it's going to look something similar, but then here it's going to be more, let's say, limited to what we are uh, able to do with it. So here, when I do help, for instance, I can see everything that is there, right? I can write the help command. I can run clear. I can run count, right? So also we're also going to be able to, let's say, call the help on each command that we have, and we are going to see how to run that command, right? So we are going to build out everything that we need to work with so that this is going to work as expected. Okay, so this is just like a shell, but then it's limited to the exact thing we want it to do. Okay, so you see, like the shell is very broad. It can do quite a lot of things, right? But this one over here is just supposed to, let's say, work with the only thing that we want to work with. We are going to be modeling some real world entities, and then all they want to work with is to be able to create something from it, delete something from it, update it, and read from it, right? So here's what we are trying to do. So here I'm just trying to give an overview of how everything we are going to do is going to be like the end product of what we are trying to do here. So here I can say something like I would like to create something, right? So here as well, you see, like I would have to know what I can create. Okay, so here what I've also done is that I have included a few things which we can look at as we go forward. Some tab completion. So we know that like in the shell environment we can have tab completion and those kind of things. So here pressing the tab here I can see the things that I can create. Right. So I can say something like create a city, right? And then it creates that for me. Okay, so in the same way, I can say all as well, right? So you can see that like the all command is over here, and that's what we are going to do, right? So we would also know how to run the all command and a lot of things, right? So depending on these things, we are going to be building out the stuff that we need. So first of all, the thing that we need to do is to build out the um, the models, right? So these models are what we are going to be working with. You can see base model over here, and then when I show the console, you can see that there's base model over here. So all the classes that we are going to build, we are going to be able to work with them from the command line or from the console. So instead of constantly creating instances of the class by using a normal Python code, we are going to have an interface that will work with it and make it much more interactive with us, right? So I can create a user, I can delete a user, I can update the user, I can look at what the user has, the information that the user has, right? So just to complete what I've done here, so I've created a user and I can read from the user, right? So here to read from the user, what I can do is I can use the command called show. Right. So I can say show, and just in case if we don't know how the show command works, we can as well do help show. Right. So there are two options to run this command, this way or that way. Let's use the first one. So I can say show, then the class name, right? So what I've created is the base model, right? So base model, then the the ID, right? So when I do this, oops, look like we don't have that. Quickly, let's check what I did. Did I create a base model? Okay, sorry. Sorry, it was a city. So this also shows something else, right? So if we try to run something and it's not available for that user, sorry, for that particular model, it will tell us. So actually, it's city. So I can say this, and you can see that it brings out information. So we've seen the create part of the thing. Then there's also the read. So this read part of it is where I'm doing this. I'm reading from the user, or I keep saying user, but I mean I'm reading from the object. Okay. So I created an instance of the city model. Now I'm reading from it. Now I can also do an update to this city something, right? So I can go ahead and say that something again, help update, right? There are many ways to work with this one, right? So here I'm explaining the concept of what we usually term as the CRUD or crude. Any way that someone likes to say it, that's fine. But I like to say CRUD because it sounds much more nicer to me than that. Okay, so there's this concept called the crowd or crude, however you like to say. Something says it depends on where you come from and who your English teacher was. So, sorry, actually, I meant Ahmed, right? So we have the crate, right? The crate part of it. Then we have the read. Then there's the update part, and then there's also the delete or destroy part. Okay, so currently we've seen that I've been able to create something. Now I've been also able to read it. Now, what if I want to update it? So I can also be able to update it, right? So let's go ahead and then check that. So here I can see that the user has some few stuff. They have these attributes, right? You can see it's like a dictionary, or it's actually a dictionary, by the way. So there's a dictionary, there's and then it has information. There's the updated at the time at which it was updated, the time it was created, what is it? The time it was created, the ID that it has, and a few things. Let's say that I would like to add the name of this city. So I can go ahead and then use the first syntax. Okay, so I can say update, update, the class name is going to be city, then the ID is going to be what we copied, right? Then the attribute name is going to be the name, and then the value is going to be, let's say, um, uh, what is the name should we use? Let's just say it's going to be ALX City, just for this sake. Yes, right. So now I've been able to update this, but then you see it doesn't show anything. So let's go ahead and then run the previous command that we just worked with. So now I run that, and I can see that I have something here called the name, and then the value is in this ALX city. I can see that it wasn't there previously. Also, one more thing that you would also like to take note of is that the time at which we updated it has changed. You can see from the beginning it was updated at 5:53. Sorry, the first time it was updated was at 5:53 on the 36th second. But then now, the last time it was updated was this time, right? And that's my current time as at the time that I did that, right? So, in any time we update the values, they have to be there for us to work with, right? Then the last thing that we can do is also to destroy it. Right. So again, let's find the help on the destroy. So we still have two options: destroy, then class name, and then the ID. or we can use this method, which I like to call the model-based syntax. So now we can also say destroy. The class name is city, and then the ID is this. So now that I've destroyed it, if I try to do show city, it shows me that there's no instance of that city, right? So really, whatever we are going to build is going to be around this. So every concept that we've learned so far is going to be this, right? So I use this over here to show an example of what we are trying to build all together, right? So this explains the concept of the create, read, update, delete, or destroy thing that you would hear a lot almost every time when you're learning these things, right? So basically mean that you're able to create something, look at it, update it if you need to, then delete it if you have to, right? So you can create a post, you can read your post, you can update your post, and you can delete your post, if that makes sense to us in social life as well, right? So this is really what we are trying to build, right? But we are going to start from a particular place. Okay, so now we would put this part of the thing away for now. Then we are going to be tackling it as much as we can, right? So here we look at this over here, and then there's the very first task. I don't know if the text is good enough for you. Is the text large enough for you guys?
Can you try zooming in a little bit?
All right. Let me know when it's fine. Is this okay?
It's better.
Okay, great. Okay, so now there's the first thing that we are trying to do. You see that in the console, we have the ability to either create a base model, to create a city, to create whatever, right? But then all of these other models, the city, place, amenity, all those guys, they come from a particular parent class, right? So here, most of the things I'm going to be doing is going to be under the assumption that we understand classes, right? Though we will be talking about it to some degree, but then it will still be narrowed to the thing we are trying to do over here. Okay, so the first thing we have to do is to build our very first base model, and the reason why we do that is to make sure that at least we will have a point of origin where we can start everything from. Right. So we have done inheritance before. We've seen that. Let's say if I have a parent class, or what we say a super class. So I'll have the OG class, and then from this class, I can get multiple classes from, or I can have subclasses from it. Then from this other subclass, I can create another subclass, and it goes on, right? So the reason why we are doing this is so that we can be able to have the attributes that are common to everyone to be at one place, right? So, for example, last time we were talking about it in terms of students. We know that each student will have a name, they'll have a program that they are doing, they have like there are many things that are specific to being a student, right? But then from there, we also saw that as a student, one can be a remote student, one can be a mature student, one can be something like that, which makes them more unique, right? But it still doesn't take away the fact that they are still a student, right? So all people who are students, they cannot have the same things, but then some specific students will have specific attributes that needs to be differentiated, but then they are still students, right? So the whole idea of this base model is to ensure that we would have something where we can have, let's say, a point of origin, so that everything that we want to do would come from this particular point over here. Then we'll go ahead and then add something more to what we just did, right? So this is going to be where we start our serialization talks, right? We understand that to serialize data, we're just sort of taking it from what it was, I say, an object, then we're going to change it to some form of data that is what we would say serializable, just saying that it is, let's say, savable, if that makes it simpler, right? So we take an object, then we make it savable using the word serializable, right? So there are specific types of data types in Python or data types that allow themselves to be serialized, right? But then the class that we are about to write over here is not a normal data type that is part of those kind of people that we can easily just serialize. So we first have to do an interim conversion, then we go ahead and then do something else with that, which we will look at. Right. So that's the concept or like the basis of tax 4. Then with tax 3 here, what we are going to do is now that we have the data that is savable, so I'll be using savable and serializable, right? So savable, we are not going to say that, well, okay, I have a model, I have the dictionary part of it. Now from the dictionary, I'm going to create a base model, right? So we are just going to say that, well, I have this, and then through that I should be able to create something else, right? So I have the data, then I have the version that I can save, and then from the version that I can save, I should be able to create a new instance of that class. So the thing here is that, well, let's say when I create something and I leave and I come back to it, or let's take for example, when you are playing a game, you expect that when you come back to the game, you will have what you played up to, right? So here, the concept here is to do something similar. We would have a class called base model, or any class for that matter. We would have a method which will basically help us to have the data type which is savable, right? Right. So that's going to be like a dictionary or a list or a string, right? So there are some data types that are serializable, right? Which you can look up if you are interested. So now, since we have the model that we want to work with, convert it to a dictionary, then we use JSON to dump it, basically to make it a string, right? This string. Then we are going to save that string, right? Then from that string, we are also going to load it when we need it again. So load this string into a dictionary and then make it back into the objects that we were looking at, right? So we are going to be able to have an object, be able to save it, and then from the saved object, we should be able to recreate the object from the thing that we saved. Right. So that's what we are going to be talking about when we get to the tax 5. Right. So that's for this particular one here. We are just taking whatever we've done and then trying to save it. Okay. So when we say maybe serializable, if that's a big word, think of it as something that you can just save. Right? So if the object we are looking at is not serializable, it just means that this data cannot be saved in the normal form that it is. So we have to take it into something that is savable, right? So we will talk more about that as we go from there, right? So we would also have multiple things here that we would really talk about, but for now, the code should hold on for now, right? Then we have the taxes, which is going to be where we touch the first line of code, right? So in this one over here, what we are going to do is we'll probably do most of the things that ALX wouldn't allow us to do in the project, right? Maybe break some things or add some cool features to it, or just to make it a little bit nicer. Yeah, and also not to make it so that once you take this code, you can just put it over there. Right? We are going to make it a little bit more lively. And let's see how it goes. Okay, so then there's the first part of the console that we are going to build, and it's going to be very simple at the beginning or in the beginning. So we are just going to write few commands that are going to be used for that. Then as we go forward, we are going to be building more things, right? We are going to add a few more things to it so that we can create things, we can show it, we can destroy, we can see it, we can do all those things that you just saw me do. Then once we are done with this part here, we are also going to continue to create more models, right? So really that's what the whole project is about. And once you are able to do tax 3 all the way to tax 7, this over here is going to be like a walk in the park for you, right? It's going to be very simple from tax 8, 9, and 10, right? And probably then we can spend some time on the advanced task if time gives us permission, and our network also gives us permission. So this is really what is all going to be about. But then the advanced task here is just going to be alternate syntaxes that we can work with the console, right? So in the beginning, when I was showing the console, I only showed a particular point or a particular side to how we would work with it, right? But there are other ways in which we can work with it, right? So instead of saying show user something, we can rather say that, okay, well, I want the user dot something just to make it a little bit more, let's say, how should I say it? Well, I call it model based something because I think that sounds much better to me particularly. So we are going to be seeing all of this, right? So for example, when I wanted to create a base model or a city, I was like create city, right? But I could go ahead and then rather say something like this. When I check the help for the create, you can see that I have two options: the class name and then the create method. So I can say user dot create, right? So this is another way to work with it, right? So instead of saying create user, I could say the other way, right? So this is going to be something that we are going to work with. But then we would have to have a working console to be able to do any of these ones. So our focus is really going to be everything mandatory. Then for the advanced task, it's either you do it with yourself or if we can have time to talk about it, that's what is going to happen. So essentially that is, let's say, an overview of what we are trying to do. We're just going to have a model or models which we are going to create. And instead of having, let's say, code that will be, let's say, working with it, like writing code like the way that this code here is creating instances, we rather have an interface, which is going to be the console that we are going to be interacting with it interactively. Right. So let's just say there's a high overview of what we are trying to do. Any questions so far? Are we all good? Okay. So in the absence of anything, we would continue. All right. Okay. So the code begins with the very first thing that we are trying to do, which happens to be the tax three. Right. So we are supposed to build a base model in a file called uh, base model.py, and then it has to be inside of something called models, right? And here, what we're going to be working with extensively too is going to be packages and importing modules and a lot of things, right? So in Python, to create a package, we have to um, basically put a special file inside of that package called the init or dunder init, right? So it's the double underscore init double underscore dot py. Okay, so you rather hear me say dunder init because it's easier to say, right? So the first we have to do is to create our directory and then the files that we need to work with them. But then before we do that, we see that there are a few things that they are expecting us to work with. We need a public instance attribute, ID, which is going to we are going to talk about it. Okay, so then as part of that, we have to save this UUID or to convert it to a string so that we can save it well. Then we also have the created at, which is going to be the time at which we created the instance. The same way, we are also going to have the updated at. So this updated at is going to be every time we make a change to the instance, we should know that a change occurred to the instance, right? So if I modified it, I should know that, okay, well, I created it at this point in time, but then a change happened at this time. Okay, so that's going to be the attribute that we are going to work with. And what I'd like you to see over here, that here is public instance attribute. So here it has to be within an instance, right? Not a class attribute. So here, though they didn't say it explicitly, we need something that is going to initialize our class for us. And if you could chat it in the chat box, what method do we use to initialize our classes or initialize our instances when we create it? I'm looking at the chat box right now. Amazing. Okay. So basically, we use the Danda init method to do that, right? So that's exactly what we are going to use to accomplish this feat. Okay, so we need that, right? It's a public instance, not a public class attribute. So though not mentioned, we actually need to do that. And actually, not every class needs an init method, by the way. Okay, but then most do, right? So then we would also have this guy over here called a dunder init, which is going to be how we are going to nicely represent the data that we have, right? So for example, when I showed you how the like when I did the show user something, what you saw over there was a result of this guy here, right? So we are just going to build out this well enough so that when we print it out, it looks fine. So that's really what we're going to be doing. And you see how nice it's going to be as we go through. Then there's this here that's going to be the save. And what it does is that it just going to update an attribute called updated at. Right. So basically, every time we make a change to the file, or sorry, to the instance, we have to modify it so that we know that a change happened. Right. So this method over here is what is going to handle that. Then we also have the to dict method. Right. We understand that some objects are not easily savable. So we have to convert them first to the data types that are savable. Right. So I'm just using savable in place of serializable, right? But then just so that it might make a bit more sense, right? Because when we save an object in the way that it is, it doesn't really make sense to us. We wouldn't be able to work with it very well. Okay, so that is how this to dict is going to work. And then within there, we are going to explain what we want to save, what we want to not save, and those things as well. Okay, so this again is going to be the first part of our serialization and deserialization process. And we should create a additional representation with simple or of our base model, basically to say that we should serialize it well into a data type that is savable. Okay, so now let's get to the area where we are going to write our code, right? So before we do anything like that, what we've talked about so far, do we all understand? Do we get it so far? Well, let me check down people. Oh, sorry, I should accept this. Okay, okay. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, great. So, beautiful. Okay, so now on our going to is to go ahead and then start some things. So if you are still not part of the of this place, right? So please go ahead and then join from the link that I just placed over there, right? Join from this link. It's going to be very powerful. Okay, so now the first thing we do is to create our models. Right, so we need to create our models directory. So here, that's the very first thing that we create. And then to make it a package, right, we have to create an empty file called down there in it, right? So we can either create it from here or we can create it from the command line, right? So here, all that I'll just do is I'll create it from the this side, and then it's going to be double underscore init double underscore dot py. The reason why we do this is so that this will become a package or a Python package, meaning that we expect that we are going to be importing from this place in different parts of our project, and we expect that it should work well, right? But again, if you want to learn more about these things, it's going to be something that you would have to look up a different time. For now, nothing will be in this file. It is just required that it has to be there. Okay, so for now, it will be removed. But then the first one that we actually want to work with is called the base underscore model. So let's go ahead and then create base underscore model dot py, right? So this is going to be the area where we start everything that we are about to do. So let's have our hands on deck at this point. Okay, so here's what is going to happen. Oh, okay, sorry. Let me know if it is okay. Charles, can you see now?
Yeah, sure, sure. It's okay now.
Okay, okay, great. So that's what we are going to be working with. Okay, so now we are just supposed to create a class called base model that has a few things, right? So based on our understanding so far, I think I'll call on so I'll definitely use the people here. I mean, like if you like to take part in the live coding session, please join the link I sent over. Okay, so now I think here what I'll do first of all is I'll call upon Humphrey. What do you think about maybe starting with our code? And once we code it, you explain it to us. All right, so you are going to code out the very first base model. You are essentially going to be, let's just say you are going to create everything from this side up to this part. Don't worry about the str method yet, or the save or the to date yet. We will discuss it as we go along, right? So, how do you go about it? How did you work with it, right? So, here now, what's going to happen is I'm going to, like, as we build this, then I'll be handing over to people to do it for a while. Then we come back to it, we discuss it, and we move ahead, right? So Humphrey will take us through the building part of this first part of the thing, where we are going to create a public instance of the attribute, sorry, public instance of the attributes that we need over here, and then he would tell us why he's doing the things he's doing, and then we can ask him questions. Then you continue from where he leaves off. Okay, so Humphrey, are you ready?
Yes, yes, I'm ready.
Okay, so here's my VS Code screen. Um, everyone can see that, so please go ahead.
Okay. Uh, the first thing is to install the shebang. After the shebang, I'll skip a few lines there. But obviously, you have to do a documentation. The documentation, I think I'm not going to do it. So I'll skip a few lines there. So we need to create a class called base model. And with this base model class, we need to, thank you, that's better. Thank you. We have to define the public instances. There's no class instance in this case. Since all of them are public instances, we have to incorporate the init dunder init method. So in this case, and then, okay, that's the dunder init. And again, we have to call this, we have to create this public class attributes. The first one is ID, and I'll first of all create it self.id. Now is equals to what? Now in this case, it's UUID. It's a unique ID, and for us to get this unique ID, we have to get it from the UUID module. Okay, I don't know which technique you need to use. So up here, I'll import the UUID module. So I just say import UUID. Again, you could have done from, okay, before I go there, I need to create this UUID. We need to, from the UUID, we use the UUID4 class. From the UUID module, we need to use the UUID4 class. So what we need to do is UUID dot, sorry, there's a typo, dot UUID4. But again, you can see from the instruction, but don't forget to convert it to a string. So all these, we need to convert it to a string. Sorry. str. So, and it's now okay. Now, instead of doing UUID.UUID4, you could have just said from UUID, you need to import UUID4. It's the same case, but now what will happen here? Instead of using UUID.UUID4, you could just call UUID4 direct, and it's the same thing. Okay. The next thing, I think that's okay. For the next step, we need to add another public instance, which is the created at. So we have self dot created at underscore at. Now in this one, we are told that it's a date time and it will get the current date. Now, since it's a date time, we need to import the date time module. from datetime class from datetime module. So from datetime module, we need to import the datetime class. Now, with this datetime class, there are few functions. Maybe you can go through the documentation. We can use the datetime.now and the datetime.utc now. Those are the functions that I will use to to return the current date. Now, the datetime, we are told that it will assign the current datetime when an instance is created. So, meaning that when I create an instance, it should store that datetime in this case. So for this one, we use datetime. We have a date dot. Now there are two of them. There is the dot now. Dot now will return the current datetime, but do not take care of the local how is it called, time zone. For example, if it's in EAT, it will give the time in EAT. If you are in UTC or GMT, it will give that time. But if you need a standard time, you can say UTC now. Now this one will return the time in UTC format. UTC format, I think it's GMT. And lastly, we need to add another. We need to add another public instance attribute, and this attribute is updated at. So I'll just edit this. Updated at, and again it is now. It's now. So it will assign the current datetime when an instance is created. It will be updated every time you change the object. But since we are not at that level right now, I think at this point we are good to go. Back to you. Any question? I think I'm done for this first pointer.
All right. Thank you, Humphrey. Thanks. Okay, so there'll be a few questions if there are any for you to take, and then we'll continue from there. Does everyone understand what he did so far with the explanations he was using as he was going on, or do you have something that you think you should talk about? Okay, Humphrey, I think Charles has questions,
Yes.
so you can handle it from this part until you are done.
Okay, Charles.
Okay, my question has to do with the module. I don't know, the imputation of the UUID.
Yes.
Why didn't you go straight and say import UUID
Yes.
and also import datetime, but rather you said from UUID import is it UUID4? Why didn't
Yes.
you go straight, but
Yes.
rather you rather took that route?
Okay. As I said earlier, you can either choose to use any of them. Now, what this one does from UUID, it's the UID module, will import UID4. So I'm importing that class directly. But if I say, in your case, for example, you can use either import UUID, only that. I'm only importing the module. I'm not importing the class. So what I have to do, I have to use the dot notation to get that class, that UUID4 class from the UUID module. So what I'll have to do here, you see where my cursor is at line number 9. So I'll have to do, since it's from UUID, it's UUID dot UUID4. Now that's when to import that class. Yeah. And again, it still applies the same with the datetime module.
I was also reading.
Just use import. Sorry.
Oh, you finish it, and then I'll ask just one last question, just for clarity.
Okay. Yeah, the same case applies to datetime. I can only import the module, but I don't import so I have to say datetime dot. You see,
Okay.
the same case applies to datetime.
And then if you do it this way, it is also workable.
Yeah, it will still work. There's no difference. But what I did, I just went direct. You can use either of them.
Okay.
Okay.
So I watched another model whereby after saying import so and so, they
Yes.
also said import it as, and then they represented it with another any other thing, any other either string or what have you, so that at the end of the day it will
Yeah.
be that one too. Is it workable? Is it doable here too?
Okay. Maybe we
Let's say
try.
you import
I'm not sure.
as something else. Are you getting it? Import, let's
Okay.
say
Okay. Let
import
me.
UUID, then as, then you
Let's
put
say
as something.
unique
Then
ID.
that thing will rather represent the whole something like that.
Yeah. It's working. It's working.
Uh-huh.
You can use
Because
unique ID there.
I was looking at various ways at coming up with the code so that maybe as we are working our ways around, it doesn't become like monotonous. Are you getting me?
Sure.
So if
Yeah.
there
Thank
are
you.
other ways, at least it also gives me a different idea as to how to work out my code.
Very true. Thanks for that addition.
You're welcome, bro.
Another question. Ilonuba. I open to ask a question. Can I don't know if
Okay,
I've pronounced
thank. Okay,
your name
okay,
right. You
thank
just
you.
give me.
Okay, thank you. Please, my own question is, at this init function, why do we have allo none there? Is that in doing anything?
Sorry.
I don't understand. But in
Pardon.
at that init at the init method,
Yes.
why do we have allo and none?
Yeah. This one. It's
What?
just from
Yes. What is the
this
work?
one.
What does it mean? Yes. Yes. That one.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just to represent that this function will return none. Or most code editors, if you do this, it's an IDE. In most IDE, you get it. It's to imply that
Okay.
it will return none. For example, if I create
Okay.
another function that will return, for example, an integer, it will create you can create an arrow, but it's still optional. You can remove it. Work the same. No harm on that. But it to show that it will return that none.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for clarification.
Thank you. Any other question?
I think I'm clear on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome. I think Maxwell, we can. Okay, Maxwell.
Yeah, so I also have a question, and like I've also seen this code a, a lot of the time so far. But my question is that if we are creating an instance, and then the created that and then the updated that all have the time at which they were created, as in from my point of view, shouldn't the updated that be the same as the date the time that it was created at, because it's the first time that we are instantiating the value, right? Because you see, there could be a split second difference between the created at and then the updated at. The reason why I'm saying this is because if you can see in my terminal here, or rather, let me bring up a new terminal, right, to explain what I'm trying to ask, and then maybe if it is something that we would like to do, that's fine. So essentially, what I'm trying to do here is this. Let's say um, let's output something and then just go into this for what I'm trying to say. So let's say that when I do touch, and before that, let me say date so that you can see like the dates at this point, right? It's around 6:39. Right? So if I do touch um, the file name, like let's say a file like this, and I see the stats on the file, I see that this file was created at this particular point in time. It was created at 6:39 on the 28th second, around this millisecond or whatever that is. You can see they are all the same, right? The date at which it was created, the date at which it was modified was changed, was accessed are the same thing,
Yes.
right? So at the time that we are instantiating the instance, shouldn't all the time be the same, right? So I'm suggesting that maybe the date at which it was created, or sorry, the self dot up created at, and then the self dot updated should be the same. So I'm proposing that we might probably maybe consider saying that the updated that is the same as the created that for the first time that we create the instance, because of the
Sure.
fact that like when we do that for the first time, like the dates have to be the same, right? Like that's from let's say from someone who is coming from, let's say, this kind of terminal distinct background, or let's say administration background, right? So that's like the expected behavior. So that's what I like to add. So if there's a specific reason why you did it that way, you can also share, and then I could say, but this is where I'm coming from.
Okay, actually, what you explained is very true. When you create an instantiate this class, the the created that and updated that will be the same. But now when you alter it, or when you have to do something to that class, maybe you should do something else that will show that I did this time at this time. Uh, this updated that will be modified. Uh, I think that's how you can do about it.
Okay,
Small.
as a follow-up, yeah, sorry. As a quick follow-up, you see, for example, here now, if I come to the same file, right, like the oops, like the stats remain the same. If I say vi, for instance, and then go into the file, and then just say hello world, right, and then I save the file. Now I check the dates. It's around this time, so probably I saved it around somewhere here. So now when I check the stats on this file here, you can see that now the date at which it was created was when. Uh, I don't have that. The dates over here is like it was created here, and the looks like I okay. Well, so like VI also sort of modified most of the things here. But let me do something particular here. Let me keep VI one more time, and then do hello world again. Then starts on the file. Right. So VI sort of does something very okay. Let me do this again. So touch the file name, and then when I do start on the file, this is what I have. Right. Then let's just say I do an echo of hello world, and then put it inside of the file. Now let's test the stats of that. Right. So now you can see that in the beginning it was created around this time. Then I made a change to the file around. You can see like though the minute is the same, but then the second changed. Right. So at the time that it was created, everything was the same. But then at the time which it was updated, that was when the change or the modify changed. Right. So that's like the area where I'm just trying to ask from. Right. But like maybe it's a very minute detail, but for some of us, it is very important. So I'd like to understand why you chose that one.
Okay, why I chose to use the datetime dot now. Okay, because uh, I chose it because so that when you create a new instance, the created that and the updated that will be the same time. When we create a, but now we can still define another method that will change the updated at anytime we do it whatever. Anytime we do the any update on that instance. I'm not sure if I've answered that right, but you can just add whatever you want to add, and then you can move on.
Okay. Yeah,
Yes.
it's okay. Well, it's fine. But it's just something that I have seen and I was wanting to clarify. So as the final thing, could you maybe work with your class that you created just now to make us see that it's working all right, right? So
Yes. I'm trying
yes,
to open the terminal on my end. It's not
I've
working.
I've already opened it. You don't see it first. Um,
Yeah, on my end,
con-
it's opening my own terminal. It's not opening your terminal. I don't understand why.
okay, could you do control backtick?
It's still opening my terminal, not yours.
I'm coming. I'm coming. I didn't share that earlier. Uh,
Okay.
I'm coming. Okay. Could you try that again?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. I see
Yes.
some.
Yeah.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Okay, you can test it. Uh, I'll open Python 3 and then I'll import it uh, from models dot. This file is called this model. Import this model. So yeah, that was successful. And then you can create an instance of the base model. For example, you can call it a new base is equals to a base model. Uh, Now you can just see what does this model has. Let me do. Let me print out a new base underscore base. Let me print the dictionary format of this and see what we have. Okay, we have the ID. The ID is all these, and then they created that. It's a data module at this time, and also they updated that the same time, but there's a few difference in the milliseconds. So we can, at this point now, we can prove that all the public instance attributes were created for Bezo. Yeah, I think. Okay, Charles.
I just want to find out what is actually happening here because, I'm a novice to this, what you're doing now. For the coding part, I understand it, but where you enter the terminal and, you're writing from the model dot base model, I just want to understand what
Okay,
is happening and then the
okay,
explanation to it so that at least I can follow up. Thank
okay.
you.
I'll begin afresh. The first thing I've opened the Python. Okay, let me begin it afresh. Okay, at this terminal, I'm opening the Python interactive mode. I don't know if that's the best time to Python 3.
Yeah.
Now, after I open Python 3, I need to use this base model. Where is this base model located? This base model is located in the models module. Remember, Maxwell just explained that for us to have a module or a package, you have to import this data unit So we from the model we did this base model. Where is it located? It's located from the models and then the base model uh, module, from the models package and the base module. So I have to import it. So from how from models, the models package dot what, the next is the base model, the folder structure, actually how it's going, how the folder structure is going from models, and then that's why you find base model module. So and then the base module. Okay, that's where we find this. This is the final place where we find this base model that we want to use. Now, since it's in this module, we can just go on and import it. Since we have already reached the destination file where this base model is. Now, next, we can now import it. Import the base model class. It's still the same thing that we are doing here, but the good thing is that these ones are.
Sorry, I think
They are directly installed from Python. Sorry.
Sorry, I think in that model you missed that base model. You wrote base model instead of base model. I think that is E. You miss space E.
Okay. Base model. Which mistake did I
that
make?
from that page, that from model import
Yeah.
base model instead of base model. You wrote base model.
Okay, thank you. I saw it. I've seen it. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah. Base model. Thank you very much for that correction. Okay. The same case I was just explaining. The same case we are doing here, but datetime is when you install Python, it will just come with this module. From datetime package, you are installing the datetime class. Or datetime mode. Sorry, datetime is the module we are importing the datetime class. The same case happens here, but now this one is comes Python installed. So it has already imported. Next, we need to create an instantiate. We create a blueprint of this base model class. How do we go about it? I give it a name. For example, this time let me call it base one. It's we are creating a base model instance from the base model class. Yeah, we have already created it. Now, what we need to know, does it have all what we just defined above in the code? Yeah, that's what we want to know. And how can we know that? Actually, if we say just print base one, it will give us some funny stuff because we have not yet done the str. Yeah, you see, but so we can't get all the information on this case. So what I did, as I did previously, I bring the dictionary format of this instance, the base one instance from the base model. So I did print now base one, but the dictionary format of that base one. Yeah, dot, I forgot the dot. Here there's a dot. Data dict method. So the data dict method will give us all the attributes that are in that class or that instance. Now it's now instance because it's an instance from this class. So we see that in base one, in this base one, the base one instance, there is the ID that we just defined here, and that's a UUID. It's a random one. And then there's that created at the time, for example, 2024, 11, 18, 18, 52, 54. That's the time that we created. Maxwell can confirm that that's their time currently. And then the update and time will still be the same, but there's a difference in the milliseconds because of the difference when that code was running. Again, you can just create another one so that you can see the difference. For example, let me create another base2 is equal to base model now. I'm creating a new instance from the base model class. And again, let me print again the dictionary format of this base2. See, the ID is different. It's a unique one from the UUID module. It will just give a random number, a random one. They created at, this one created at 185254. Now this one is 1855 and then 7. The same case, 1855 7. Okay. Is that okay, Charles? Is it Charles who asked?
Yeah, yeah. I think I'm okay.
Thank you, thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you. I was also okay. Okay, go on.
Okay. It was is okay, but I think I understand what Master was trying to say. Like when you create an object, so at the initial time, the created time and updated time should be exactly the same thing. Understand? So to me,
Sorry,
created that
did you
this
lose it?
updated that. I think we should assign it to created that.
I think you are breaking at
Yes.
some point on
Sorry.
my end. You can just kindly repeat.
Yeah. Are you speaking to me?
He said you should repeat it. Repeat your
Okay. Okay.
question
Okay.
again.
Okay. No, it's not. I just trying to. Uh, I just trying to say that I think I understand what Mr. Maxwell was saying initially because of this
Okay.
microseconds that is
Yeah.
different from that.
Yeah.
I think we should assign the created that updated that. I think we should assign it to created that. I mean, save dot updated that should be equals to save dot created that initially because when an object is created,
Yeah.
both the created time and the updated time should be the same thing exactly. I think
Yeah.
that's why there is difference in this milliseconds
I
in
got
in
it.
that
I
sense.
got it.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I have just understood what you meant now. You see, there's a difference in milliseconds which should not be there.
Yeah,
Uh,
milliseconds.
yeah. Sure. I got it. I don't. Maybe we can try and solve that. Right. Maxwell, you can help. You can guide us through that.
Okay. It's actually a matter of as Tochi said, you'd have to set the updated app to be the same time as the created app. So basically, you're assigning the value of created app to updated app.
Okay. Is this correct? Is this correct? I don't know. I've just guessed it out of my mind.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. That's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there any questions else for Mr. Humphrey? He's done a great job. Or okay, I think you
Okay.
can show that one more time. And quick one, Humphrey. Like, you are still in the same place, so you would have to restart it, right? Like restart the module, like the interactive so, and then start again. That's how you get it to work like that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Someone was trying to type, and I saw that typo. I'll come back to it. Can you? Yeah, it's now actually exactly the same. Thank you for that. I've learned that now.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you very much for taking us through that first part of the thing, and you can see like how just the very first part is can um, create a lot of like talks or like let's say traction, and we would have to clarify certain things, right? So hopefully at this point we all understand how we went about doing this and the reasons behind them. Are we all okay to this point? Okay. And one more thing, when Charles was asking the question why we are rather doing from import, so sorry, from UUID import UUID 4, right? The reason is because let's say I know the exact thing that I want to use from the place I'm trying to get what I want from, right? So if I want a specific thing, then I can just go ahead and then grab it. Rather than importing everything that instead of both are valid, but then if you know what you're going to be using by default, then you work with that. Except maybe it might cause a circular import where we might actually rather want to import the package itself with the module name, which we would probably get to see some errors in that way. Right. But then for now, I think everything is okay. So we should continue if there are no other questions based on what we've done so far. Any questions?
Uh, I think we are good to go, but I just want to ask whether this two can work. You know, maybe
Okay.
this is my second time of asking this question again. If you look at the init, where under the class base model, define init, that portion, can it also work that somebody could put the UUID after the self, comma, the UUID over there, declaring all those things as parameters within the self before writing them down, giving them the variables. Mhm. Those ID, the created that and updated that before coming down to.
Am I the one who's
Okay.
to answer that?
So
Maxwell answer.
okay. All right. So the thing here is that we don't expect the user to give us these values yet,
Okay.
right? Yes, and also we like not every instance or every init method really needs to have parameters
Parameters.
when you're passing into it, right? So like the whole purpose of the init method is to initialize the values, or sorry, initialize the instance. So anything that needs to be initialized would have to be there. So if there are any extra parameters that need to be received, that's fine. But then the init method by itself is sufficient. So it can do everything it wants or it needs rights within there without any extra or foreign help. Right. Once you call or once you create an instance of the class, this init method is created. So it will do everything that is needed. But if it requires extra parameters, then it will accept it. Right. But currently we don't have to work with these ones yet. We don't expect the user to give us these values just yet.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. Okay. So you can go ahead and then get rid of it. Thank you. Okay. So with that out of the way, we have quite a lot of things to cover, right? Based on tax three, right? Yeah, and I think hopefully as we go forward, we may like my focus is not to move fast, is to move well. So long as we all get it, I think that'll be the purpose. That'll be a goal. So now we've seen that that is working all right. Now, if we should go ahead, we see that when he tried to, let's say, he tried to do something like print base one, for instance, we see that we get some information over here that is not very cool. It doesn't really mean much to us, but well, to us as developers, it's actually meaningful. Then for users who will be working with our classes, we can show them this. They wouldn't understand. They don't care what memory location the instance was created at, right? So what we have to do is to uh, create or work with a nicer way to show them the information, right? And thankfully, we have a method to work with that called the Dunder STR. It's a way that we're able to send string representation of an object so that it can be printed, right? So now, let's see who else is around here. And then let's see. Mm, 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 mm. If you can join, please join because we all want to write the code and test that together, right? So I think I see. Okay, so Chuku, can Chuku, are you here? Can you take us through the STR method, how to create it, and how to work with it? Like, you can see with that.
Okay, I can hear you,
Great.
um, but I have to say this: I'm not really too sure of what to do there, but um, I just want to do this for the purpose of learning. So
Yeah,
I can make mistakes. You people should pardon me, please.
that's all about that.
Okay, the STR method, I think, uh, should print the class name and the self ID. Um, like it will help us to print the string part of the class name, this part, this place here. Then the self dot id, then the dictionary representation of the the string. So to do that, we would define the the method for the string for the we define the string method. Then after which we we instantiate the class name, then followed by the ID and the dictionary representation of the method, the class. Yeah, that's what I think we are asked to do there. So to do that, so to do that, we will first define the method, which is the underscore str. So this is the method for this the string method that will have to return any complete. Please, can you show me the the distance? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. The question is
Share
there.
the internet for me. I can't really see.
Um, you can see it's on the left
Is
side.
there left side?
Or are you on your VS Code? Could you like make your browser and your VS Code like side by side so that we can be looking at it?
Okay, okay. I actually joined from I use the browser to launch the VS Code.
Oh, okay. So maybe you can drag the okay. So for instance, right, you see this over here. I can drag this tab and then try to send it somewhere else. Right? So I can try to drag it somewhere particular, but let's
Okay,
say
I think I can see it now.
yeah, you can just drag it and place it somewhere.
So uh, this is sorry. I'm trying to minimize this. Okay, so okay, so we say class name. I think we'll have to instantiate initialize the class name using the instantiation itself. So we say self dot. I don't know if I'm correct. Class. I don't know if I'm correct yet, please. Okay.
Can you tell us what you are trying to do?
Okay. I am trying to instantiate the class name so that um I can return at the end of the day I will be able to return the the self ID and the class name and the which other one? Okay, and the dictionary, the self dot dictionary. Like I can return them as string.
All right. So you are almost on the right path, right? But trying to do that is what is going to be a problem, right? So you are trying to access the class attribute of the self um, keyword or the self instance. So rather, you don't need this like this quotes that you have around it. It doesn't have to be in quotes. Okay, so you can take it out and then continue with what you are trying to do. As a quick something, right? Um, let's have a look inside of the terminal. So inside of the terminal here, we see that I could go ahead and then say phase one dot let's say class like this, like that, right? But if I try to do what you were trying to do here, that will be a problem, right? It's a it's an error with the syntax. Okay, so that's why you don't do that. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So I should. Okay. Mm, let me say. I want to create like this class name and
Okay, oops, okay, uh, okay, looks like it's saving.
so this should be. I'm trying to. I don't know how to implement what I'm trying. Like okay, okay, class name. So what I did, I am trying to initialize the class name. This is because this is from here is the way to instantiate a class name. I think in dictionary. I'm not sure about that. So
Yeah, so that's how you are getting the name. You're not instantiating. Like you're just trying to get the name. Okay. So
okay,
also the attributes is not called class name. It's just class.
okay. Thank you for that. So I'm trying to return the yes, class name select.id. I go into the sorry, I'm going trying to see what is in the ALS terminal.
I just
Honestly,
So
I need to okay, this is
yeah,
class name.
yes.
for your convenience, we've placed it at the top here for you. Right. at the top how you need to show it. Right? We this is there. So it's supposed to be the class name, the ID, and then the dictionary representation of the instance.
Yes. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing here, friends. Please, can someone take over from here, please?
The best we can do is we can help you with your question. So what do you need help with?
Okay. I am I am trying to like make this method return this return have the return values of exactly the way it was in the ALS page, like return the class name, return the ID of the instance, the yeah, then return the return the string representation of the dictionary, like return it as a dictionary at the end.
Okay. So in total, how many things do you need to return? Like how many strings are you looking to get out?
Three.
Exactly. So now you see that you need an extra format something. Right? Yeah. Okay. So that's all you are doing, right? And then you realize that the class name has to be in square brackets. So essentially, in your first format thing that you are trying to do, that has to be in square brackets so that no, not that particular one. You see, where you in this mean you understand that the curly brackets are where you are saying this will go, right?
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, yes. So that should be where you are going to be placing the things. Like your square brackets around the class name should be where you are defining the format, right? As in over here. Do you see where my cursor is? Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Right. So you go ahead and then you do that.
So this the square bracket now is going to hold all the instances. Am I right?
No, it's supposed to only be around the class name,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
So based on these three things that you have here, which one is going to hold the the class name?
That is this one. The first let's hold on. The first
Yes, good. So you need to wrap those things around the no. Where you are defining the like the place holders, those are the ones that you are working with, not that, not there, right? So um, this side, that's where you are trying to work with, like where you have the opening square brackets, the you see that here is where you are going to, here's the first place for the class name. This side is the ID, and then this side is the dictionary. So the placeholders are what you are going to use to show how they should be formatted. Right. The dot format over there is to just tell what should be inside of that thing. Right. So everything should be inside of that particular one. So what I'm trying to say is this, right? So this first one over here is where your class name is going to be. So the square bracket should be around the first one. So go ahead and then do the same thing for the ID. What do we need around the ID?
Okay, okay, okay. I get what you're saying now. Okay. Then the other one is a dictionary.
Hold on. You see the class name takes square brackets. What does the self ID take around it? Uh, what do you put around it? What it is? What is it inside?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
Okay, look at the top in like where you define like at the top of the function name that you are working on. You can see
Okay.
how it's supposed to look. Right. So there's a class name what is supposed to be inside of square brackets, right?
Yeah.
And then there's a self ID, basically the ID, and what um, what is it enclosed in?
Just on ordinary basis.
Yes, so that's what we have to do.
Okay. Dictionary. So, I don't know. This is the best I can do for now. So, although I understand what this is trying to say, just implementing it is just what I couldn't figure my head around so well.
Um, you've done great. Yes. So like um, getting the concepts into code can be very complex sometimes, but with time, I'm sure that we would all get to that level where we can talk about it and then we would also implement it as well. But you did good. You did you did good. Right. So um, as a final thing that you are going to do, please test your code for us. Right. You saw how Humphrey did it. Once you tested it, open up the terminal for you, so you can go ahead and then test the code there. The terminal is opened. You can access it, and then
Okay.
let's see how the change that you've done so far affects the code that you have. And everyone here, please, uh, you can You can ask question from anyone over here. You can mention their name and ask them a question. Yes, we are all here to help.
So I want to say um, um, underscore.
No,
Quick
please.
one.
Oh,
Hello. You'd have to open the Python interactive console first before you do anything. Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello, Master. You were saying
Yes, please.
something.
I'm saying that like you yeah you would have to be in the Python interactive console to do this. So you just have to type Python 3 to get into the interactive console.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, I need
And
to
for
like import
everyone that
import.
is here, please take note. When called upon, you probably have to do the same thing. So yeah.
I don't know why my this thing is slow.
Okay. So here's what I'm trying to say.
I
Right.
can't see it as
There's
I'm typing.
okay. Hold on. All right. You'd have to do this Python 3, right? Then you go inside of this environment. This is where you'll be writing or like working with your model to see whether it is working fine. Right. So this is
Oh,
an interactive console. So this is what I meant by that. Right.
okay, thank you. Do okay. I think I have to import this base model into this terminal, right? Or is it going to run from here? If I-
yes, yes.
Yes. Yes, sir.
import.
Yes.
Guys, please don't be quiet. When you see something happening, you can come to me then maybe like, yo, this try this way, try that way. Let's be in touch.
Hi. There was an error in the quotation.
Okay, the capital M. Oh, I see.
Just click the upper arrow buttons on your end
Where?
in your keyboard to return back to the previous command.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, go back to the importation. Yeah. So the base model should not have the how do you call the circular brackets. It should be their only base model without the brackets. You only do this for a method. Base model, not the whole of it. Base model.
I think the model
No, the
also
model,
come
the
with
M.
capital M, the model.
I
There's a
don't know.
typo.
I don't know why
It made it
my
it made it
terminal is
double.
slow.
Okay,
Check the
I
view as
can't
well.
I can't see
hold
the
on.
effect as I type.
Hold on, let me do it for you. Wait. Are you still editing it? Okay.
No. I've stopped. I've stopped editing since.
Okay. Mhm. Maxwell, do it on your end. It's also having some error.
All right. Did I take it? Like, do you need me to do something from here?
Yeah, the
Okay.
terminal is not responding. So I was asking. Yeah.
Okay. Uh, okay. Is that okay now?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I wanted to change the small m to capital M in the model class. Okay, thank you. I was trying to do this. No, plus is equal to is this is very slow from my end here. I don't know. It's not responding.
Hi, Maxwell.
Hello,
I think
hello. My
hello. I can.
network is I think my network is bad. Like I cannot
No. Yeah, I
I
think
can't do
Maxwell can help us. Yeah. On my end is also the same case. Maxwell,
All
can
right.
you hear us?
So, what are you trying
Yeah.
to
Maxwell,
do?
there's an internet error on your end.
Hmm?
Hey, Maxwell. Hello.
hello. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. The
Yeah.
thing is, I am typing, but it's not coming up.
I think the problem is on Maxwell end.
Yeah, sure. I think also the problem is from Maxwell's end.
Um,
Hey, Maxwell. Yeah, I think maybe the problem was his internet connection. Either way, um, yeah, but then okay, so far so good. But then okay, what were you trying to type? Maybe Buchi while you wait for Maxwell.
Okay, I am trying to print. I am trying to call the method that I just created.
Yeah, he's already back here. Okay.
Okay, let's say that.
Yeah, sorry guys. Like I said, network will be very bad around this time. Okay, so I'm bringing the screen back. Okay, so please you can do what you were trying to do. Then after here, we will try to maybe set it up a
Okay,
little bit.
it's still not coming up.
I think ah, I think it's not picking.
Yeah, I think mostly you have to restart your terminal, because it's also not picking from my end.
Okay, please try again.
It's not coming up.
Wow. Okay, so you're trying to do this, right?
I'm trying to edit the typos in there. It's not. Oh, okay.
Like I'm not sure what you want to do. Is it to print? Okay, so you have access now, so please go ahead.
Okay. What I want to do is I want to call the the method that I just created and see if it is returning as it's supposed to return. So
Okay,
I will
please
just
go.
say I'll just say my class dot are we going to be dot str roadmap. Mm, okay, let me see. Let's see for two. Okay, it's not mm, want to see. Okay. Oh my god.
Okay, so let's have a look at this.
I'm
So
not sure about this,
you
please.
see the STR method, right? It string, and then the print function uses right. So you don't really have to do that. Just call them my class in the print function. All right. So you see that everything is as it's supposed to look, right? It has the value that needs to be there, and everything is fine. Right? So that's what we needed to do. Do you understand what you just did?
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
You are saying something?
Yeah, I'm asking if you understand what we've done so far.
Yes, yes, I do. It's just writing it
Oh,
because was the
alright. Okay, yeah, I get it. Okay, so okay, so um, we've we are still on tax three, right? And probably we should start it up a little bit. Right. So what is going to happen is I'll still be coding with you guys, and then also maybe um, doing some of them from here, just so that we wouldn't spend so much here. I think we spent so much already. Okay. So basically at this point we've created a few things and it looks good, right? And as a way to do this differently, we could have used F strings, and I prefer F strings because it makes it much more easier. And let's see what this underlining is talking about. Oh, and it looks like it's also talking about the fact that we could consider using F strings, right? So it's another way that we could write the same thing, which is, let's say, in newer Python, what is preferred, right? So this same syntax that we have here, what we could do is we could modify it up to look something like this instead. We could rather say return um, F string, and then here we pass in the class name directly, and this guy is supposed to be inside of square brackets. The next one is supposed to be inside of round brackets, and that's going to be the self.id. And then the last one is going to be self done that bit, right? Then you can get rid of this. Okay. And since we are using the class name directly, I suggest that we do not use a separate variable for that. We just go ahead and then say self dot class underscore um, name like that, right? That's another way that we go about that, and then we can get rid of this extra variable that we have there, right? So yeah, we are just only doing what we need to do, okay, and it looks fine as well, okay. So this is actually like a full string like this, but then I'm doing line wrapping. That's why it's showing up like that. And to just confirm that, when we come to our Python side, and I do from models dot base model import the base model class. Now when I do base equal to base model, and I print the base, it's the same thing, right? So that's what we are trying to talk about, right? So that's another way to go about that. And usually F strings are much shorter to work with because you are passing the name inside directly rather than the other method. So always consider try to use F strings whenever you can or whenever you have the chance to do. Okay. So now the next thing that we are going to do is to work on this part of the work, which is supposed to update the public instance attributes or the updated acts with the current date and time. So what we have to do is to simply just create the function called save, right, in the cell, right? That's all that, and we have to update is to update the updated act yeah, variable. So we're just going to say self updated act is equal to date time, right? Because we imported date time like that, we would have to call it this way, UTC now, right? So that's one way to also go about that. But I'm usually a very lazy person, so anything I can do to type less or do something less, I'll do that. So here I would suggest that we use the from date time import date time, and even if it was left with me alone, you would only import the, the function alone. But for the sake of everything, let's just do this so that we don't type too much. Okay, so that's also fine to work with. Okay, so we have this, and that's also going to work as we expect it to work, right? So um, this over here is going to work as we expect it to work, right? So that's what we are looking for. So every time we call the save method, what would happen is that we are going to update the updated at attribute with the current date that we are looking at, right? So that's for that particular side. Then the other thing we have to do is to do a method that's called toDate. And just as I explained, it's how we are going to make this object savable or serializable, right? So a dictionary is serializable. That's why we are doing this particularly. So just in case if you're asking or if you want to know why we are doing that, that's one of the reasons why we are doing that. So now I'll just say that to date self, right? And what we have to first of all do is to do something um, that we would look at. So we have to return the dictionary, and then whilst we are doing that, we have to also return a few more details. And you see, in Python, a dictionary is a mutable data type, meaning that it can change. So if we have a reference to the dictionary and we make a change, it will affect the original dictionary. So we have to create a copy of the dictionary. So, um, so what we can do is I can just say that this is going to be instance dictionary, and that's going to be equal to self dot dict, and then a dictionary has a method called copy. So we can use this method, or what you could also do is you can say instance dict is equal to dict, then self dot dict, right? So any of these two methods is fine. There are other ways to also do it, right? You can code it out yourself to copy all the things from one side to another place or do it anyhow. But any of these is so depending on your choice, you might do what you prefer, right? So for now, let's use the dot copy, right? So that'll be for that. Then we have to add a few more details, and the reason why we copied it first is because we are going to be inserting some details, and we don't want it to affect the original data of the instance itself. We want to return a separate modify the things in the dictionary. So now what we have to do is to first of all add a key called class. So inside of this instances date, we just say instance date. Then we are going to create a class called key, sorry, a key called class, and that is going to be equal to the the name of the object that will be the self for class underscore name, right? We've seen this previously. Then now we can also go ahead and then say that the other thing that needs to be added is going to be created at and updated at, right? Um, like we have to update these two guys, right? We have to add a key inside of this and then make it what we would call as uh, the created at and then the updated at. So let's go ahead and then do just that. So we will have instance dict, a key called updated at, or yeah, updated at is equal to the string representation of the date, right? So there's a function called ISO format that we could use, right? So that's what we are going to use for this one. And since we have to get the dates from that, like this ISO format is coming from the date time object. Okay. So what we can just do is to say self, or depending on however you want to grab it, that's fine. But what I'll do is I'll say self dot updated at dot object, and the same thing is going to be for so we have the updated at the created at. So we are just going to get the string representation of the time or of the date and time. Okay. Um, okay. Okay. So that's what we are doing at this point. So this to dict over here is going to handle that for us. And once we are done with that, we handle the return. Right. We return the dictionary that we mentioned before. So that's going to be the very first part of everything that we are trying to work with. Right. So we have the first part of the base model created as we want it. We have the to dict method, which is supposed to return a dictionary representation of the instance and then add a few more details to it. While at it, we are going to um, set like have these three keys or these three attributes inside of the new dictionary, and this is what is going to be inside of it. We are going to update so this format even, but again, simpler is better. Okay, so that's why I use the ISO format. Any questions so far? Okay. With the silence, I hope we are all good. Okay, so now we can go ahead and then test our code to make sure that it's working all right. Okay, so let's go ahead and then let's have our very first one. So we're going to import it. Then let's call in the base model.
Marcel, are you there?
It's breaking.
Um, are there hands raised? I don't see. Yeah, hello guys. I again the network messed up. Like, around these times, it's not very stable. Yes. Uchi. Yeah. Any question?
Yes, I want to ask. This um instance dish, is it an instance, like is it like a variable? Can we call it any other thing, or is it something that is that cannot be changed? I just want to know. I don't know if you heard me. Oh, his network is bad.
Hey Maxwell. Hey Maxwell. Okay. Okay, can you pardon what you are asking, Ken?
Okay, I was saying this the last method that we created we created
The to dict method.
uh, my dicks dot copy. Okay, is it that place? Like the instance dicks. Let me see very well. I'm coming. Oh yeah, the instance dick. Like I'm asking, is it some? Can we use another name for um that variable there? Is it like a variable that we can change to anything, or is it something that we'll have to do it like that? That's my question.
Okay, sure. Okay, I think I got you. So what you're asking is if it's compulsory for us to be using the same my dict method, right? The name, right?
Yes, yeah,
Yeah,
that
no,
name
no, it's not
convention.
compulsory actually. You can just put any name that you want. Either way, it's still going to work because it's not a keyword. Yeah, so
Alright.
even if you choose to use your name, so I think the reason was why he has used my dict method is to symbolize that that's where the serialization is going to be to happen, or maybe that's the method that the serialization is going to be able. So when you're writing programs, you're normally told to use maybe variable names that when other programmers are going to see, they can notice the reason to us why you named it that way. I don't know if you're getting me.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not compulsory. You can just use any name.
Thank you.
Okay, sure. Okay, so Maxwell was about to test the code, and I think his internet connection is normally bad usually this during this time, so we just have to bear it with him. So I don't know if anyone else is still in the live share panel, so you can share your screen because I've already left. It was making my PC to slow down, so I just decided to leave. So is there anyone else still connected to the live share collaboration? Humphrey?
Yes, I am.
Okay, sure. Maybe just share your screen so that you can test it, and then maybe I think that's the last thing that we are left for to that task, and then maybe we can. Yeah, I
Uh,
think Maxwell is already here actually.
okay.
Okay, sure.
Max has just returned.
So
Oh boy. Sorry about that. The network is very bad.
okay, sure.
This network, I forbid you this night. Oh, that network will have to be good because I'm actually hoping to get something out of this meeting because it's like son of man is scoring zero in this project.
Zero. Sure.
Let's see how things go. I just hope like at least it can be stable for the next hour at least. Okay, so that's with that. Okay, now moving on to the second step, right? We are supposed to work with this thing over here so that we initialize our keyword arguments. Right? So now instead of initializing from um, just by calling base model, we can basically just have another method to work with that. Yeah, Ahmed.
Okay, I actually wanted to ask you something before moving on. So, to the last method that we have just written right now, the to dict method, there's something I'm not getting. So, what's the essence of the my dict into the square brackets class? Can you explain that line? Hello. My internet has started going down again.
Sure. Yeah. Yes. 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 Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Great. All right. So here's the thing. You see, in the toDect method, we are to write a function or method which returns a dictionary containing all keys, values of the dict, right, of the instance.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we have to do this, right? To have this, like everything inside of the self.dict must be returned.
Okay.
Okay. In the same way, a key called
Index.
um,
Oh
like
fuck, man.
we have to create a key called um, class, like double underscore class, right? So that is why we are doing that. So we are setting or we are creating a key inside of this dictionary and setting the values over there. Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, so now moving on to the fourth one here, tax 4. All right, so now um, okay, and before the network went away, I also wanted to do this base to dict and see that we are able to see the results, right? The result as we expected. You can see that if we print
Leo
out
free
the base
tulikuwa na
model,
chama leo.
the date and time is in this format,
Unyama na
but then when we
kamboga hivi.
use it to
Sijui
dict,
kama
you see that we
utakula.
have it in this way, right? So
Kwa
that's how I
umeongeza
was saying
samaki
that
kidogo hapo. Sasa
the
sijui
to
kama
dict
utakula.
method
Sasa wewe
is
unaangalia kama
our first
utakula.
step to
Juu iko salty.
creating
Tunyama
a
hivi na
savable
kaumoge hapo juu.
data,
Sawa.
right? Or let's say a
Ala undangalia.
serializable data, right?
Umeona?
Because we have
Ala
converted
bole.
the date time to a
Umeona
string,
umeona
which is a
pulikover?
serializable data type.
Umekiacha hapo ndani. Ah
Okay,
basi basi
so
ni hiyo.
everything we are
Tani nimesahau ni hiyo bwana. Ngame dadi alikuwa
doing
anasema
here,
ikiwekwa kwa fridge kweli itakauka. Kama ameweka hapa.
we are all
Acha kuwere kichwa.
we are
Amekuja chama hapa watu. Haya, kaeka.
uh,
Haya, hajakula naye.
uh, going a step closer to
Kuna
make
taa basi hizo nyama
or
zimewekwa
serializable
taa zinatoka.
or savable.
Hata hiyo mboga
Okay,
yenyewe haijaekwa tomato. Huwa hawakuli wale.
so let's go
Imechemshwa tu ikawekwa mafuta basi. Kitunguu
and
nini
from there. So
hawakuli.
nothing have to do is to let's say a little twist to what we've done so far.
Hey Maxwell.
If
Hello Maxwell.
you remember from, am I still breaking? Like,
Okay, now you're okay. And
ah, hmm.
kama kama ni hiyo hiyo yenye iko kwa friji ni mboga peke yake. Sorry about that, guys. Well, no, as people who live in Ghana, we know the problem with the internet connection, so we'll just have to bear with Maxwell.
It's really getting bad, really bad,
Yeah,
really bad.
Yeah,
we
that's
understand.
true.
As people, we live in Ghana, so we understand.
As
Do you live in Ghana? Yeah.
uh, well, let's see what we can cover.
Okay,
Is there enough food?
safe, safe, safe.
Okay, so let me know any moment that I'm breaking up because right now I can't just trust the network anymore. So now what is going to happen is now that we have a dictionary, right? We are going to be able to instantiate from the dictionary. So we have a dictionary containing every information about the base model. So using the dictionary, we can also create like the base model once again. Right? It's like I have your DNA, I have everything about you, so I can create a clone of you, right? So that's what we are trying to do around this part. So we have to modify our init method in a way that we are going to accept keyword arguments. And I was saying previously that um, these things are how Python implements variadic functions. And a variadic function is a function that takes a variable number of arguments, meaning that we don't know how many variables we are going to receive, but then um, we want to receive as many as possible that the user wants to pass in. Okay, so that's really with that particular one. So the thing that we have to also take note of is that we should only use it when it is not empty. And a keyword argument is more like a dictionary, right? So here is not a double pointer, and here is also not a pointer. Those of us coming from C. Okay, so it's just a way Python denotes this. Okay, so now the other thing we have to ensure is that whilst we are creating back the result or initializing model from the dictionary, we don't have to use this over here. So basically, as the question was asked, why we didn't have anything inside of a cell, it was because at that time we didn't need it. But now we need, or we are going to use a keyword argument, or basically a dictionary that would have everything that like would contain the ID, the date, and everything that we need to set, right? So that's what we are going to do. But then we are not going to set the date, sorry, the attributes called class. We will skip it when we get there. Then also there's also the created at and then the updated at. You see that in the to date return value, this is how the date is looking like. But then in the one that we printed it out, like the actual way that it has to be a date time object. Right. So when we are initializing it, we have to take it back to where we got it from. Right. We have to take it back to the object form. Right. But then the other way we did is the way that we can save it, right? So we converted it back to a serializable data type, which was a string. Okay, so now what we will do is we'll get into our um, code, and then we would update our stuff with these over here. All right, and then for this over here, I would like Ahmed to take us through at least through that way. Even if I lose my network, something will still be happening. Okay, so Ahmed, would you like to like go ahead and then uh, take us through the code on in how to implement this over here? Right. So, oops, you didn't have access any longer. Could you connect real quick and then take us through?
Okay, just a minute.
Okay. So while he gets ready, um, okay. Um, then is your mic active?
No, 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 no. Okay, sorry, sorry, sorry. Yeah, no, 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 no. I'm muted. Okay, I had access, but then I exited because it was making my PC to slow down. But then I'm opening VS right now.
Okay. Alright. Okay. If that's the case, maybe you could hold on, maybe just so that you don't back down your system. Right. Yeah. Okay. Let me go ahead and then take us through.
Okay.
Okay. So the thing here is like what we just discussed. So we just have to go ahead and then um, continue. So it's
Just
based on a
continue.
condition, right? So if quarks, let's say, is not none, right? So if quarks is not none, right, then we do what we have to do, right? So I can just say if quarks, and it is implicit that if quarks is not empty, or sorry,
No,
if
Lale,
quarks is available, like if they pass in a dictionary or if they pass in a keyword based argument, then we should work with it, right? So also here with these kind of parameters, they don't have default arguments. So you can't do that args is equal to none by default or something like that. It doesn't work like that. Okay, so here what we have to do is to go through it. So we know how to go through a dictionary is to say for key value in the quarks dot items, right? So then what we want to do is to check a few things, right? The first thing we have to check is if the key is equal to class, then we want to continue. Basically, keep it, right? Then also if um, the key happens to be equal to updated at, or the key is equal to predicted at, then we have to do something. But as you can see here, we have a better way of doing this, right? So here, instead of saying if key is equal to updated at or key is equal to created at, another syntax we can use, which is much preferred, is to say if key is in created at or updated at, like this. So basically here, I have a tuple of what I'm expecting. This could be a list as well, right? So that's depending on how you would want to work with that. That's also fine, right? So if that is the case, then what we have to do is to convert this back to the date time object that it's supposed to be. So here, what I can do is say that in that case, then the value is equal to the date time object, and then there's a there's a way that you can use the format to do it, or you can anyhow that you have to do to get the date time back. But for me, there's a form there's a function called from ISO format, and if you remember when we were using the when we were converting it to a string, we use the ISO format. So I think it's clean that if we are bringing it back to the datetime object, we can use the method called from ISO format, right? So from ISO format, then we will pass in the value, which is the thing that we are looking at. Okay, so basically here now we are setting the value back to the date format using this. But also, if you wanted, you can go ahead and then um, use any other method to work with it, but that's fine. For me, this is how I would like to do it. Right. Then for everything else, all we want to do is to say set attributes for the object, which is going to be self at this point. The name is the key, and the value is the value. Right. So there's this function called set attribute, which is supposed to set the attribute for the instance we are working with. Right. It is similar to doing something like let's say name dot let's say base dot j is equal to 10 1, or an example is here self dot id is equal to that. So it's similar to just doing this, right? So that's what we are doing. Okay, so that's the first part. Else we are just going to do what we are used to doing. We are just going to update it like normal. So if they don't provide a dictionary or a keyword argument, then we are going to use our normal way of working with the thing. All right, so that's how we would work with it. Okay, so that's the parts we are talking about. So to test this part that it's working, you can go ahead and then just do something like this. Right, so we can do something like this. We can go into our Python environment, import the model, create a model, like uh, create an instance of the base model, and then here I would say like the base dict. So basically, there's going to be a variable, and I'm going to save it,
Any official
like
language
call the to
okay
dict
that
method
related
on this one. So I just need a dictionary to work with it, and then since I can have a dictionary from the like let's say from an already existing class or instance, I've just done that, right? So I have this here. Okay, so now what I want to do is I just want to create a new base instance. So I can say new base instance is equal to base model, and then now what I want to do is pass in the dictionary as the keyword argument, and this that we pass in keyword argument. So I say base dict and like that. Okay. So by doing this, what is going to happen is this: when I print out new base, right, and I print out base like this, you can see they are about the same thing, or they actually they're the same thing. So essentially, what has happened is that I have created uh, the same base this over here using its dictionary. So the advantage is that, let's say if we save this to a file, like if we save the dictionary to a file and we come back to this code again, we can just load it from the file and create the instances again. Right. So just to confirm that is the same thing, I can say base is new base. Right. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Actually, that's not what I meant. Here, it is totally a Python thing, which we don't have to worry about at this point. So, you can see that the ID of the base over here is the same ID as this over here. Like it just has the same details as that other instance, right? So here the advantage is that if we save the dictionary to a file and later we come back, we can just use everything that is everything that was over there, right? So if we had attributes there, it would be there, everything will be there, right? So that is the whole purpose of that particular thing that we just did. Okay, so do we have any questions for this particular side? Are we okay?
Mm, okay, only else.
Are we good?
Yeah, I think you're good.
Hello.
Hi, we are good. We are good. Maxwell.
Okay. So okay. So for the sake of our time and then a few things, you probably might move a bit past that, but I hope that we are all able to catch on and then move along with all of us. So now the thing here is this, that you see here, what we did was we had the base model, we converted it into a dictionary using the two dicts, right? Then from the dictionary we created the base model again, right? This is fine, but then when we close this application right now, everything will go away. So it's better that we save it to a file or do we save it to something. Okay, so now this the uh, this how the flow is going to be now. It's going to be the base model. We save it to a dictionary. We get a dictionary. We JSON dump it basically to serialize it to a string object, right? Then we save this string here to a file, right? Then later from the file, we can get to the string which is in the file or the content in the file. We would deserialize it, right? So when we deserialize, we are going to get it back in the form that it was, which is a dictionary. Then from the dictionary, we will create back our model, right? So essentially now we are just having more steps within what we are doing, right? So we have the base model at first. We take it to a dictionary. Now that is a dictionary, it is serializable. So the serializable part here is that we can convert it to a JSON string, right? And the JSON string is like an accepted way of working with data that we would like to save or maybe pass it to a different code base or anything like that. I mean, like JSON file can work with JavaScript, it can work with Java, it can work with a lot of other things. Like programming languages. So the JSON format is like, let's say, it makes it possible to pass around data. Okay, so that's what it's going to happen. We would have the base model, which we will use a to date method to convert it to, or sorry, to get the dictionary part of it. Then from this dictionary, what we're going to do is we are going to get the JSON representation of it, which is going to give us a string, right? So the JSON representation is going to look like a string, like the same dictionary, but then it will just look like a string, right? Or we'll just have a string of dictionaries, if that makes sense. Then we'll save this string to a file. Then from the file, we can grab it again, get the string contents, load it using JSON. That is a deserializing part of the thing. Then we are going to get back the dictionary after we deserialize the string. Then we create back our base model from the dictionary. Is the steps making sense? Are we getting how it's supposed to be? Is it okay with everyone? Okay, so once we do this here, like this chapter five, this tax 5 and 6, and maybe 7, the 8, 9, and 10, I'll leave it in your care to handle it, because from there it will be mostly straightforward from there, right? And I'll just share how to do that. Yes. Okay. So now what we have to do is to come back to our code base, and then okay. So now what we have to do is a few things, right? We have to create an engine file. So let's go ahead and then do just that. So here I have to create a file called sorry a directory. So what I can do here, I'll say make directory, and then let me make it this way. So make directory dash p. So I'm just saying that I'm going to create a directory, in the directory where I'm going to create it at already exists. So models, then engine, right? That's where it is going to be. So that, then what I'll do now is in VS Code, I can just type code and then the name of the file, and it will open up for me. So I can say it's going to be inside of the models engine. The name is going to be file storage dot path. Okay. So now inside of this guy here, we have to do a few things. Okay. So let's get our first stuff over there as well. Right, Python 3. And then here, what we're going to do is we are going to define a file storage class, which will serialize the instances to a JSON file, and then deserialize the JSON file to instances. Okay, so now the first thing we do is we create our class, which is called file storage. And then here we are supposed to give it some private class instances. So now that's going to be file path. You can call it anything you want, anything at all you want. So let's just use the same file name that they've given, but it could be anything. Okay, it could be anything. So then here we also need objects, and object is going to be an empty dictionary, right? So that's how it's going to be. Now the thing here is this, that this how is going to save it. It's going to be like this. It will save the keys like this, the class name dot id, right? So we will see how that's going to work. Now let's work with the public instance methods. So we need a method called all, which will just return everything in the objects dictionary. So that method is going to be very simple to write. We just say def all self, and then someone was asking what that arrow over here means, right? So here, what it means is that I'm going to return a dictionary, right? A dict, okay? That's what basically it means. Okay, but then we don't need to put it there. But I like to put it there just so that it is like clearer for me, right? I just want to look at the function and then know that it is doing this and that. Okay, so but then you don't have to do it if you don't want to. So now all we want to do is to return everything in the objects dictionary. Okay, that's what we are going to do. That's what the all method. Then inside of the new method, what we are trying to do is also something similar, right? So here's where we are going to take in the instance and then get in the value, right? So the instance, that's the object, right? So here, what we have to do is to set the value. So we are going to save the object with the name object name.id, right? So what we have to do is we have to update the object dictionary, right? So you save it. Um, I know maybe some of you might like to do class name is equal to object dot class name dot name. Yeah, like that, and then like that'll be here, and then you just do this, right? But remember that that's not everything. Uh, you also need the ID, right? So if if you like, we can also say the instance ID is equal to object dot ID, right? Then now we can go ahead and then now if you want, you can say key is equal to like I'll use f string over here. Key is equal to class name dot instance ID, right? So here I'm just saying key is equal to class name, the dots, and then the instance ID. So you can see that it's supposed to work like that. The class name and then the ID, right? So now I can say that's going to be equal to the key and then the object, right? But everything that we did over here could have as well just gone into this place, right? All of this that we just did, like breaking it down into multiple things like this, could have all been placed in one, right? But I've just broken it down just to make it maybe a bit much more easier. But everything here, you could have done everything as one, and that's also still valid. But here I'll leave it like this for now. Right. So instead of what we are doing is we are just saving the bring it up and then we continue. Any questions up to this point? Okay. All right. So now the next thing that we are going to do is where you would have to pay attention to. We are going to call in the save method, which is going to do this thing over here. It's going to serialize the objects to JSON file, like to the JSON file that we have, right? So now here's the thing. You remember that we have the to date method, and the to date method is going to be something that we are really going to use, right? So let's do this, right? So remember how we are going to do it. We have the base model, then we convert it to a string. So that's the first thing that we are going to do. So this is going to be in a dictionary. So let's just say I'll have a variable called temp dict. That'll be empty in the beginning, right? So here now I want to go through all of the uh, things inside of the object dictionary, right? And what I want you to take note is that the object dictionary here is going to keep track of the base models instances themselves. Okay. So now each of the base models instances would have the to date method. So now we have to get all of them. Okay. And that's how we are going to work with them. So here now I just want to have a dictionary of all those things because we need something that we can also serialize, which is going to be a dictionary in this case. So now here's what is going to happen. I'll say that for key value inside of the self dot objects, right? What I want to do is to simply do this. You say the temp dict over here, the key is equal to the key, and then the value is going to be equal to the value dot dict, right? And then just so that there's more descriptive, you can give it a better name, right? Let's say here, instead of just saying key, you can say something like, because um, remember that inside of the object dictionary, what we are going to do is to save it like the key is going to be like this, right? So if you want, you can name these things much better, so that it's easier for you to visualize it. But key value is like the usual way that you do it. But for your case, try to maybe use a descriptive user, sorry, a variable name that makes it much more easier. But if this also is okay for you, then that's fine. So now that's all that we do. We're just going to get the serializable part of the object, right? So basically, we are going to store all the dictionary representations of the base models inside of this dictionary. Then from this dictionary, we are going to save it, right? So here, this is the first thing that we've done. We have done from base model, we save we get a dictionary part of it, which is this. Now the next thing we are going to do is to go from the JSON, and then we are going to get the string representation, then save it to a file, right? This other part will come inside later. So for now, we are going to work on this part here. Okay, and to work with JSON, what I need to do is to import it. Okay, so I'll come to the top and then just say import JSON. Right. So now I can just go ahead and then work with what I need to work with. So because we are going to write to a file, I can say with open, right? And also when you're opening a file, you want to probably be sure that everything is fine. But for now, we are going to write to a file, so we don't have to worry about a lot of things. Okay. So you just say from, sorry, with open, the name of the file, which is file path. Then we are trying to write to it. And also to be used to be use a holding type as well, right? So yeah, I'll just call this as JSON file. Humphrey, I'll get back to you right quick. Okay. Okay, so there are two methods, or basically three ways that you might want to do, or any way that you feel fine to work with it is okay. All right, so um, first of all, what you can do is you can get the JSON representation, then dump it, then save it to the file. Or well, what can happen is, let me just show that there's this method. We can say um, okay, just maybe not to have a lot of confusion. I'll just do add file. I can say file dot write, then I can say JSON dot dumps, right? And this JSON dot dump is actually to do some. It's called JSON dot dump um, string, right? So this is what we are trying to work with. Right? So here now I want to dump what? Okay, so what I want to dump is the temporary dictionary that we created. Okay, so this is one way that we could save the string representation. So this method over here will convert this dictionary to a string, right? So calling json.dump will like dump s will dump it to a string, right? This one way to go about it. Or we could also do something like this. Um, we could say like json dot dumps. We could maybe first of all get maybe the result is equal to this. Right? You can say result is equal to json dot dumps and then temporary dictionary, and then now we can go ahead and say file dot write uh, results. Right? That's also one way that you go about it, but I wouldn't really recommend this one. It has lots of typing, right? But then the one that I'll probably mostly recommend is this one here. In JSON, there's two ways that we do this. You see, there's a dump, and then there's a dump s. But the dump s is like as in dump string, right? But the this over here is a little bit different. And what we can do is this. We can just say that, well, I want to dump something to a file, right? I want to dump the string representation of something to a file. And this is what I want to dump, which is the temporary dictionary. And I want to dump it to a file called file, right? So now this is going to maybe make it much more readable and much more easier to sort of see and read than the other ones that we just saw, right? So this is everything that we needed to do to serialize it to a JSON file. Okay, so this is everything from that particular point over here. Okay, so now what I'd like us to do before anything else is to take Humphrey's question, then we continue from there. Any like Humphrey?
Thank you. My question is the dictionary, the temporary dictionary, when we are appending it, not appending, but actually adding values to that dictionary in the loop. Which, okay, the value dot dict, should we be adding the dictionary format of that object, or we will be adding the dictionary format that we used, the toDict, that we got from the toDict method that we had earlier.
Yeah, actually, I was trying to write to dict. Thanks. Yeah, you should put that to dict, like the one that we serialize, right? Like the one that we tend to be a savable option, right? So that's what I'm trying to say. So you can see something like this, an example. This is a dictionary, right? And then once we do a JSON string or we do a dump of JSON, this is what we are going to get the same thing, but then looking like a string. Okay, yeah. So that's what we have here. So now let's test this thing out. Let's open up Python, and then here what I'll do is I'll say from models dot base model import base model. Oops. Okay, this here. Okay, to make it a bit more nicer, right? I have another form of Python interactive console which is much more cleaner. So let's use this one. So from models dot base model, and it has some auto completion features which is going to be very useful. If you don't have this, you don't worry. You can still use the normal Python, but if you want to install it, it's called IPython. Okay, so here imports. You see it has nice color coding too. Okay, so import base model. Then I can also go ahead and say from models.engine.file storage import file storage. Okay, so Now, what I can do is to go ahead and then create a few instances of the base model. So I can say base one is equal to base model, right? Okay. So now I can do something like this. I can just say this that okay. Quick it's a quick thing. Let me do this. I'll say file like I'll like to create an instance of the file storage. Uh, I'll say file storage. Is someone dragging this? Okay. File storage. Okay, I think it's just doing that by itself. So I think I think best I dedicated something like this for it because it keeps doing that, which I think is annoying. Okay, so let me just do the same thing. So here I'm just saying that file is going to be an instance of the file storage, right? And then here I'll have a base model. So base one is equal to base model, right? There. Okay, so now what I can do is I can do this. I can say file dot all, right? And I can see that currently it is empty. Okay. Now what I can do, I can say file dot new, and then remember what the new does. It is in charge of saving the object inside of the dictionary, right? And the all is to return the dictionary of the object. Okay, so now let's check that one out. So when I do file dot new, and I'll give it the base one, right? So now when I do this, I can see that it's supposed to work. So now I'll go ahead and then do file dot all. Now you see that it's working sort of okay, right? Like I can see that there's something inside of the base, sorry, inside of the objects now, right? So just to confirm that for you, the ID of base one is it. You can see the ID of this base one is the same as this ID that we are seeing over here, right? So again, I can go ahead and then do something, and in the case you do and new of base one, like the same
Your network is traffic.
because it's a dictionary right now. Hello, guys.
Hello, we lost you sometime, but I think we are back now. Hello, Master, are you still there?
guess I guess the internet connection is really misbehaving today. Yeah, so I think Maxwell was at testing the all method. So the all method was supposed to return the object, which the object was a private object. So can't open my terminal here. Okay, let me see. Hey Humphrey, are you still connected to the live share?
Yes, but the terminal that you was using to test, uh, I don't have access to it.
Oh, okay. I think he's already back. Hey Maxwell.
This network should take its time. Oh.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah. Can you?
Yeah, sure. We can hear you right now.
Okay. It's in bad. It's in very bad. Okay. So as I was saying that whenever we do the new, right, we are saving the instance inside of the dictionary, and then we're also saving its class name and its ID, right? So that's our base model. So let's say base two is equal to base model, right? Then I'll also say file.new, and then I'll pass in base two as the new object. And I can say file dot right as in to base model. All right, then say file.new. We pass in the ID of base two is this, and then the ID of base three is this. Right, so you can see it is getting saved correctly because it is an instance of the base model, and then the ID of the base three is also as we expect it to be. Okay, so now what is going to happen is that when I say file.save, right? When I say file.save like this, what it's going to do is it's going to serialize this data. You can see here that it's not very serialized, or it's not savable like the way that we were talking about it, right? So we have to turn this into a dictionary, right? So basically, that instance you are seeing over there is just like base one. That's all it is, right? It's just holding a reference to where it is. It can't say base one like this. What it can do is to hold so it's just holding a reference to where the base one is and where base three is. So we just need to hold of our right. I can also do do ls-la. I can also show everything recursively for you to see. What we're going to do is we're going to create a file called what it's going to do. So you can say file.
Hi, Maxwell.
Yeah, that's the internet connection, so just have to bear it with them. I think we are left with only two tests where we had decided to reach today. So maybe after reaching to task 7, unless we have a question, the rest of the task I think we'll just do them privately, and then maybe tomorrow, in case there's going to be a peer learning session, we can finish the rest. Yeah, so I think
Ahmed,
yeah, sure,
please,
sure.
I want to ask, is it possible that I get this? Uh, you guys could share this code so could help some people like me.
Okay, do you want the code or the session, the recording to the session?
The code of the session,
Okay,
is it possible?
after the session is complete, maybe I don't think it's going to be easy to send you actually the code itself, but then I think the recording you can get it. But then the code, I don't think you can get it.
Okay, I'll ask Maxwell to
Yeah, okay,
so you know.
yeah, sure. Just ask Masquel and then he will tell you. Okay, he's already back. Let him finish on the save method. Okay. Hey Maxwell, are you back?
I don't know whether I should say yes or no because at this
At this point, we'll say it's the devil's work. So
point,
yeah, we can see your screen. We still can't see your screen. It's like it's stuck somewhere. Yeah.
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can see your screen, but then you're still breaking.
Right.
We still can't hear you, Maxwell. Okay. Okay, while Maxwell is still fixing his internet connection, we okay, thank you, already back. Let me stop. Internet yake nini mbaya? Hey Maxwell.
Okay, hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. Now you're okay.
Ah, boy. Okay, so let me try bringing up the screen one more time.
Sure, sure.
Okay, so whilst running this, I realized there was an error, and I'll like us to see like this the code part that caused the error. Okay, so looking at this code at this point, like, do you get any idea on what could have happened that like could cause this error? Is a value error, and then is the fact that I'm passing, or there are too many values to unpack. So this is the code that is causing the error. What do you think is the problem?
Mm, okay. Should...
Hi, again. Sure.
Sure.
Hello.
Um, I, I don't know if I'm right, but probably it might be an import. Oh no no no.
On import. Uh,
To dict. No, I'm not sure. No, I don't think that actually is the error.
Okay.
all right, of my time, and then the network. I'll just point it out. So here I'm getting things from the dictionary, but then what I should do is I should do dot items, right? Because I'm getting the key and the value, and I'm only doing it on the object, which is not enough, right? So I was trying to do unpacking, so I need to get the values as and then you see this is why test cases are important or very good. So if we had a test case for this, we could have just run that test case and you would be done, right? Or we could have had a file which we could have written the code inside of. Okay, but for now, let's just do this method last time and then. So let's say from then from this other. Okay, so now I'll just say base one is equal to base model, base two is also equal to base model, and then now say file dot new base one. Oops. Uh, oh, sorry. File is equal to file storage, right? We're creating an instance of the file storage. Okay, so now you can do file dot new is equal to that. So like file dot new, and then when we do file all, you can see that base one has found its way into that side. Let's do the same for base two. Now when we check, you can see that it's sorry, two instances or two attributes or two values. So now I can go ahead and then say file.save, right? And this should save it to a file, right? So now when I come to VS Code one more time and I do an ls, I can see that now there's a file called JSON, right? And I can open this file up. So I can say file.json, and then you can see the contents as we expect it to be. You see, this is the one we saw over here, like the base model over here. But then now, inside of the JSON file, you see how we are laying it out. We have deserialized it and dumped it. All right. So we are getting the dictionary representation of the instance and saving it to a file. Okay, that's the first part of the thing that we did. Now, later, we are going to do the other part where we are going to come uh, from this part. We're going to start from a file, which we are going to grab the string, load the JSON, and then get the dictionary back, then creates a base model instance again. All right. For now, let's digest what we've done so far. Do we have any questions on this so far? We created two base models and then we saved it. And the saving creates a file like this, which is basically a JSON file, which we can say is actually a dictionary of all the instances with their dictionary representations. So now later we can take these dictionary representations and get back a new instances again, right? So any questions so far with what we've done, or any additions, or what anything that you like to mention?
Where did the previous error come from?
Come again.
The error that we had previously, how did you resolve it? I did not see the source of that error.
Okay, so I was saying that I was unpacking some value, like a key and then the value, but then I wasn't doing that. Right? So that was all that
Oh,
I added.
okay, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
And again, I have a question on the importation. The to model, how did it find itself and you never imported it?
Okay, that's one of the things that makes object oriented very nice, right? You see that here inside of the over here, what we were doing was this, right? We created base models, right? And then we saved the base models inside of this place, right? This a base model instance. Okay. So now if we access it in the dictionary, it is still a base model instance. So anything, everything of a base model still is there. You get it?
So, so it means that. Sorry, no. Can you repeat it once more?
Okay. So I'm saying that, right, we have a dictionary which is supposed to keep or save, or let's say like keep track of all the instances that we will create. Right. For example, here we have when I do file.all like this, right? It is currently base models, like two base models. If I create another base model like base 3 equal to base model like that, and I say file.new like this. Oops. Oh, sorry. I need to pass in the objects. Okay. Then when I do file.all, right, I can see that this is now 3. Okay. So these things that you see over here, you wouldn't see base 1 or base 2 or base 3 like the way that we see it. But we are going to get the reference to the objects we are talking about. So now if we go ahead and then try that, so now like let's say about the value of the dictionary. Right. So let's say I'll say okay, let's just call it my debt equal to 4. So let's just do this. Right. You can say base 1. um like what I'm trying to show over here is that like we can actually sort of grab certain things from here. So let's conjure up like the key of base 1. All right. So we understand that the key of base 1 is going to do something like this. So let's say uh, base 1 key is equal to I'll use F string here. All right. Is equal to base oops, base 1 dot class dot name, right, dot base 1 dot id, right. So we understand that this how base 1's key is going to look like, right. You can see over here. Okay, so here I've just created like the key so that we can work with base 1, right, like the base 1 object here. So we are going to reference the value that is stored over here. Okay, so now if we go ahead and then try that, uh let's just say let me just save this instead of a dictionary. I'll call this my debt, and then that's going to be file.all. We understand that file.all. When I do this and I also do base 1, you can see that they are the same thing, right? So now I can do something like um, base1.id like this, and I also can do the same thing like this. My debt and then the base 1 key dot id, right? So basically, what I'm doing is I'm using the key to grab the object, right? So really, what we are doing is that we are storing the base 1, the base 2, any instance that we create. We are storing it inside of this dictionary, right? And you can see that I am accessing the key or like the value from here, right? So you can see that here I'm still able to pass in the .id because the instance that I'm looking at is a base model and it has that attribute. So I can call it on that attribute, right? So that is like why that is happening. It is it is because the instance or the value is a base model instance. Okay, so that's why.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So now that we've seen this, you can see that now file.all is 3, but then my current file in VS Code says only 2. Right. I have this first file.save. Okay. And then now I should have 3 files. So let me format it nicely. You can see now we have 1, 2, 3 files, or sorry, details. Okay. So now using this file, we can first of all convert it to um, a dictionary. Then we know that with a dictionary, we can create a base model from a dictionary. Okay, so now even if we close this place, right? And like just to show what I mean, and then I come back to IPython, right? And then I try to do base one, it's not there, right? But then the information of base one is somewhere here. Okay, so I can recreate base one another time by using this file. So now, though I have closed my program, I've not lost the details. I still have it somewhere. Okay, so now what we can do is we can perform the operation of deserialization, right? So what we just did was to serialize the data into a savable format. Okay, I'll like change the data into a savable type or something like that, right? So now that we've done that, we are at this point, we have a file, which is a string, right? Like um, anything within a text file is a basically text. Okay. So now this file contains a string. Now what we'll do is we'll use the load method of JSON, and then what we're going to get is going to be the Python representation of how the string looks like, which this over here, we can all see that it looks like a dictionary, right? So it will take it to a Python dictionary, and from the dictionary, we are going to create our base model. Okay, so that's the thing. The first one we did was take the base model, convert it to a dictionary, then save the string representation to a file. Now, from this representation, we are going to take it from the string, basically going to reverse the process. Okay, so that's what we are going to do now. So that's where we are going to continue from. That is going to be the reload uh, method. So let's go ahead and then do that real quick. So we're just going to say reload self, right? So it's going to deserialize the JSON file to the objects dictionary. So yes, the objects dictionary only if the file path exists. So let's go ahead and then try, all right? Because we want to be sure that it exists. So I'll go ahead and then say try, um, try what what do I call this? Try with open self.file path. Remember that we created a file path attribute here. And then what we want to do is to read it, right? And also we want to put in our encoding uh, format UTF-8. And then here as file. Okay. So now what we need to do is to deserialize all this information to the 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 object dictionary. Okay, so that is like the next step. We are going to take it from the you can see from the string. We will do a JSON.load, and we are going to get the dictionary back. Then from the dictionary, we are going to create the um, the particular instance that we want to create. Okay, so now let's go ahead and then do just that. Okay, so one thing I would like to mention before we continue is that we would have to actually like work out something small, right? But then let's say that I'll just call this my objects, and then here let's first of all do the JSON.load, right? So here I'll load the file, right? So I'm loading the file, and here what I'm going to get back is going to be a dictionary. Okay, because I'm going to read the file, which is going to be this file over here, and I'll get the dictionary. But then before that, let's accept here, and then we're going to accept file not found error. And then when it doesn't exist, they said we shouldn't do anything, right? We shouldn't do nothing, like nothing at all. So we just say pass, just don't cream, nothing happened, just keep quiet, right? So now there's the other part where we have someone has a question.
No, no, no. Just continue.
Uh, okay, all right. So now we have this particular one over here, but then the other question would be like, okay, so now how do I create the base model? Like, uh, like how would I create that? Because currently, everything I'm seeing here is a dictionary. So how do I work with that? Okay. So one thing that I would recommend that we do, well, there's actually multiple ways, right? So there's the globals that we can work with, or we can also use something different, right? So let's work with like the globals for now. Okay, so um, the thing I'm trying to talk about, let's like see it in action first of all. Right. So let's just go to IPython, and then here what I'll do is I'll do a from. Um, oops, sorry. From yes. Okay. So there's a keyword over here called globals, right? And this globals over here has a lot of things, a lot of stuff that we can look at. Okay, so let's say for example that I also do from uh, models imports. Let's say from models.base model imports base model, right? Now again, let me just run the globals again. Like so like basically like the globals is just uh, a dictionary, right? And you can see that when I do globals, I can see the base model and then where it's coming from, right? So anything that I import over here is going to be part of the globals, right? So I can go ahead and then I could do something like let's say globals, right? And say globals, and then here um, the key, right? You can see that there's a base model key over here. So I can grab that key. So I can say base model, right? You can see that here, this is what it's giving me. Okay. So what do you think about me using this to create something? So let's just say I do something like base one is equal to globals, because like here we are able to access the base model class. Like this is the path to it. So I can say globals, then the base model, like it's like that, right? Let's see how that is going to pop up, right? Oh, sorry. Actually, I should do this, right? Okay, so basically, this is like an example of just doing base model like this. But then because we are grabbing it from the globals, that's why it's happening like that. So now when I say base one, I can see that like base one is like this. When I print base one, I can see base one is like that. Okay, so basically you see I have grabbed the like the base model from the globals dictionary. Basically, like the globals dictionary contains everything within the namespace that we are working with. Like it contains a lot of things, right? You can see it contains like a lot of stuff. Okay, so that's just something that we can work with. Yeah. So that'll be for this particular part. You can see that like through the a lot of things that we don't actually need. Right? So there's this method where we would basically import the models we need and then have it inside of the globals. Or we can also create our own dictionary of the things that we would need, right? Rather than depending on this here. Okay. So what I rather suggest is that we keep it to like we use we use our own dictionary. Okay, so let's say here, for example, the reason I'm saying this is because according to Python, right, uh, we should be more explicit rather than implicit. Let's just take it like that, right? Because I think if we are able to like say the exact thing we want to be there, it's going to be much more better than going to get it from this big dictionary that we are talking about. Though it's okay, but then we don't need everything here. So it's better to have our own dictionary, which will keep track of everything. So think back to how structs work in C. We are just going to have the names of the things and then the, let's say, the pointers or the references to those items. Okay, so that's what we'll do, and then draw my attention if anything is not making sense to you. So here, what we'll just say is from models. So first of all, we just have to import the models we need. Import base model, right? So in the future, when you are going to also work with the other models that you'll be creating, all you need to do is to just import it and add it to your dictionary. So here, let's just say that I'll have a dictionary called, let's say, like it is going to be a private something. So I'll just call it our classes, right? Or yeah, let's just say our classes. Then instead of this dictionary, what we're going to happen is I'm also going to build something similar. I'll say base model is equal to the base model, right? Like this, right? So when you have another model, you just have to come and put it here, and you are continuing like that. So here we are sort of limiting it to all that we want it to be. Okay, so rather than using the globals, we can use something specific like this. Okay, now let's get back to our code where we have to get it right. Right. So currently we are here. We have gotten the file and we've read from it and we've loaded it. Right. So now we have a dictionary part of what we are looking at. Okay. So now we have to get transfer it back to the object dictionary by converting them back to base models. Okay, so this is also going to be another for loop that we have to do. So here, since we've created the objects thing that we need to work with, all that we have to just do is to just go ahead and then call it, right? So you just say, well, we can do everything over here if you want. So for now, let's just do everything over here. So if this works all right, then you'd say for, let's say, remember this at this point is going to be a dictionary. Okay, so for key value, again, it's better to have good names for them, right? But for this, I'll just leave it as they are. So for value, the key value in my objects dot items, right? Oops, right. What we have to do first of all, you see that we have to be able to get the name of the model that we have to call, and then remember that back when we were doing that, we also save the class name, right? So we also save like the name of the class, so we can actually reference the name of the class very hardworking. If you want to be hardworking, maybe you can you can do this part of it. Maybe split this key and then get it. But I mean, look at look here. You actually have a class key that maps directly to the thing that you are looking for. So that's what we are going to use for this particular one here. Okay, so let's go ahead and then do that. So for that, we'll just say that okay. So sorry about that. So now let's get back. Okay, so you see, we have the first thing that we need, and then we also have to ensure that we are let's say getting the like the class name. So yeah, we have to, let's say, have a variable called class name, which will grab the it's, so inside of that we are going to grab the class name. The reason why we are doing this is so that we can be able to get it nicely from this place, right? Because we are going to use a class name like the way that we use the globals over here, right? You can see that we use like we have to get the name of the class and then call the instance, or like basically call it. Okay, so that's what we are trying to do here. So now we have the name of the um, class. So now all that is left is to populate the object dictionary with what we are looking for, right? So um, that's going to be the key, and then the thing that we are going to do is going to be like this. So if we were using the globals, it would have looked like this. We'd have say globals, and then you say like the class name. Sorry, class name, and then you will do this, right? And then the other important part is to pass in the dictionary that we are looking at. Okay, it's very important. So that's what we have to basically do. So the this dictionary here, where is going to be the value. So there's going to be the key, and then there's going to be the value, right? So key value. Okay. So now this value here is going to be the dictionary that we are going to pass. Okay. So that's for this particular one here. So we are just essentially just uh, taking the instances and then calling the like calling the functions on them, like calling the classes on them, right? They just that like the syntax looks a little bit cryptic, but it's that just calling base model, or maybe something other model that we are working with. But since we are using our own dictionary, let's use that instead of the global. So I'll say our classes, right? So instead of using the global based on all that we want to use, right? So later when you implement the other models, all you have to do is import them and add them to this over here. Okay, so that's what we would have to do for that part over there. Okay, then as the final part of what we are about to do, um, okay, so before we do the other parts, let me go ahead and then close the session and then come here again. So I'll do IPython, right? So I'll say from um, like just to import everything. Then I'll say file equal to an instance of the file storage. Okay, so currently I would like you to know that there are already files over here, right? So let's see what happens. So when I say file.all, I can see that it is currently empty, right? But then when I say file.reload, right? The reload is going to be in charge of taking all of these and then reloading it back into the object dictionary as base models. So let's see how that is going to do. So let's get back to our code and figure out where the error is coming from. It's coming from where I'm doing key value in object items, and I set it says that there's a key error on class. Okay, let's see what is happening. Okay, quick one. Okay, so the error I'm making over here is this: the the value, as I was saying, is a is the actual dictionaries, but then here is what we are doing. This is the dictionary we are like this is the key we are talking about, and this is the value, right? So um, when I say for key value in a dictionary, right? So you can see a bigger dictionary. This is a first dictionary, and then inside of this dictionary, there's also dictionaries, right? So this part is going to be the key, and then grab it. Okay, so import again. I'll say file.all so that you see that it's actually empty. Then here I'll say file.reload. Right. Okay, so now after the file.reload, and when I do file.all, you can see that now all the base model stuff have come back, right? So everything that was still there, and everything is still intact over here. Okay, so that is basically everything that we are talking about, right? So for instance, over here, what I can do, for instance, is I can copy this ID here, file.all, and then the one I just copied, like this. I would like to, let's say, I'll set this to be base one is equal to that, right? So here, when I do this, I'm grabbing the value of this. So let's try that. So now when I try this, I say base one. I can see that base one is this. I can print base one, right? So as you can see that like through this we are able to see that to get back the information that we just work with. And just to name is equal to a, right? So that it saves this current C name is Tom, age is so every time if I reload this again, the information over here is what I'm going to get. Okay, so
Yeah, the internet has done it again. So I think just just wait. Let's give him some few minutes, but you can come and finish up. Then do the last task. Maybe then I think we'll call it a day because yeah, Genius has also left. So Charles also. Okay, let's give Maxwell maybe some 2 to 3 minutes, and then so that you can finish up this session. You can leave it pending like this. What do you think, Humphrey?
Okay, but I would still prefer we just leave it at this point. We continue tomorrow during the PLD.
Yeah,
You
it's
know,
yeah. Sure. Just continue.
it's almost one.
Yeah,
It's almost 1 year. 1 year in Kenya, and
yeah. I'm also in
somehow I
Kenya
feel
currently.
like I'm tired.
Yeah, I'm really tired. Not just tired, just really tired. Okay, so okay, let's give him just 2 minutes, the 5 minutes, and then we just wrap up this one, and then just call it a day.
Sure.
Wow, it's super late, man. Oh, do you have anything to say on that, Ken? I think it's not a class. I'm not mentioning Jason
No,
because
there's nothing I want to say.
okay, sure. Okay.
oh guys, the network is really not good, like at all,
It's misbehaving.
at all.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I can hear you.
With the look of things, you probably maybe have to just finish up this one and then maybe try again like tomorrow around like in the morning because like in the evening like this my network is not very reliable at all. So uh, this will keep happening. Like the network will still go away after a while. So
Okay.
if tomorrow might be fine and if I'll be around, that's the other thing. So just to complete this part, let's just finish up this particular part. Right? So once we understand this part, the other part where we have to create the console is really not going to be hard because like the console is just going to use the commands we have already created. Okay, maybe from here you can go ahead and then try it out yourself. Okay, so now I think, oh, okay, yeah, I'm sharing the screen now.
Okay, yeah, sure, sure.
Okay, so you saw that whenever we make a change and then we save it, it is updated for that place. So now we don't lose our instances or our variables when we close out of the program. It's stored somewhere where we can get back to and then reuse it and those things. Sorry. So like the details are still there. Okay. So again, if I go back to the uh, this place and then let's say I make another change. Let's say for this one here, I would actually come to this file here and then grab the key, right? Just so that I don't have to rewrite it because it's, it's work. Okay, so let's say now base two is equal to file.all. So this is going to be the dictionary, and then within the dictionary we are trying to access this one over here. So now base two is this over here. So you can see base two is here with all the details. So now when I do base two, what I want to do is this. And also remember that the file.save we have over here is different from the save method we have on the base model. They are two different things. So now I'll just say that base two has an instance, like let's say it has an attribute of color. Yeah, color is equal to red. Right. Right. So then what I'll do is I'll just say file.save. Right. And then when I come back to this file over here, I can see that it's like this. And you see here, it doesn't look very nice when you do this, right? So like in VS Code, I have an extension that sort of does this, but anyway, you can see that there's the red over here. But what I would suggest you do is that when you are saving the file, there's an extra keyword that you can pass in. It's called indent, right? So you can just set it to be something like maybe two or four or something that you want it to be, right? So usually what I like to do is to set it at four. But if you want it to be at two, that's fine. But I like it at four. So that is what is going to allow you to sort of indent the file, show it in this particular way here. Okay, so I'll take it back to how it is looking. Okay, then I'll basically close out of here. Then let's come back to this place, right? Then all that I'll do is I'll just import the file storage, create an instance of the file storage. All right, and then right now I wouldn't make any changes. All that I'll do is I'll just say like all that I want to do is I'll just say file.save. Then you see the okay. There's another thing that you have about and I'll save on that. So I shouldn't have done that. So first of all, I'll have to reload everything so that it will populate it with the details. All right. So now all has something. Okay, so all that I'll do is saves it in a much nicer way to read, right? So um, I'll suggest that when you are saving your JSON files, you add this indent over there so that it's easier to read. Okay, because that's I mean, but you are still at the liberty of leaving it at how it is, right? But this way, I think it's much more readable. I mean, you can attest to the fact that it's more readable to like as compared to the other one. Right? So the last thing that we'll probably talk about before we leave it all up is to do this one here. Um, okay, so for this, I think I'll give it as an assignment. Okay, well, it's just something simple. Let's just go ahead and do that, and then probably let's close the session for today. So now what we have to do is to inside of our models init file, right? So models, right? So we have the models and then we have the inits file. Make sure that you don't modify the one for the this one. So quickly, what we have to do is we made a mistake. Instead of the engine, we also need another init.py file. Okay, it's very important. Okay, so now rather inside of the init file, inside of the models, we go over there. All right. Okay, so this file over here, like the init file, is just like the init method that we use. It is the first file that is run when we are running our codes, right? So it's one of the things that you would want to be using. So for now, we wouldn't be able to go much into it. Okay, so let's do this. Now we have to import the file storage. So the file storage is inside of models. Okay, models inside of the engine of the file storage, and then we are going to import file storage. Okay, then the final thing we will do is to also create a variable called storage. So we say storage is equal to file storage. So what we did in the terminal whereby we called it file, this is about the same thing. So now the last thing we do is to call the reload on this, right? And I think you would understand why we would have to do the reload on this, right? So that we would reload everything back to the object dictionary before we do anything else. Okay, so now that is everything we needed for this one. Let's check out this here as well. Um, let's see. Now, instead of the base model file, what we would do is that we would import the storage variable. And a naive approach would do something like from models import storage. Right. For now, I'll just leave it at this so that we can see the error and then maybe learn from that. And if there are no errors till that time, but you just wait and let's see how it goes. So now inside of our save method, that is the one for the base model. What we want to do is to update it a little bit so that when they run save, we would also call the save method of the storage, right? Or the file storage. Okay. Then also inside of our init method, we want to create a new instance, right? We want to call this the new method on each instance that is created if it is not coming from a keyword argument or from a dictionary, and I think that makes sense, right? So now what we do is just say that um storage dot new, right? So this we are doing it instead of the else block where we believe that it's a new instance. And then what we do is we pass in the self. So the self is going to be the class name or like sorry like the object that we are working with. Okay, so that will be everything for this particular part. Now let's go ahead and then from models or base model import base model, right? And then you can see that right away there's a import, right? And I'm importing this over here, and I'm importing that, right? So like just look at what is happening here. Like let's look at it from the top, right? So inside of the init file, right? Like in the init file instance of the models, we are importing the file storage, right? Inside of the file storage, we are importing base model. Then inside of base model, we are importing file storage. Okay, so now here's the thing. To like inside of the let me just bring this over here. So in this file, the init.py method, sorry, file, we are importing the file storage, and file storage is defined inside of the file storage.py file, right? And then within this file, what is happening is that to work with this file also requires that it has to import from the base model, right? So import basically means get me everything in that file and put it here, right? So this file is also importing from base model, and base model is also defined here. Okay, and now for base model to also work, base model also now in turn wants to import the storage, right? So now I'm dependent on this guy. He's also dependent on me for something that I've not yet given them, so that they can continue the next thing that they have to do. And they're also dependent on me to give them next thing. Basically, it's like I depend on you to get your work done. You're also dependent on me to get my work done. But we are all sort of dependent on each other for the work to be done. But then um, this kind of dependency is like um, you have to load before I can do what I have to do. And I also expect you to load before I can also do what I have to do. And at the end of the day, like we both can't make it happen, right? So here is that what is really happening is that we are importing like the base model around like in rounds. I don't know whether you can see what is happening, right? But essentially, one way that we can fix this is to not to say from, right? Because mostly the circular imports come inside when we say that from keyword. But an easier way to fix this is rather than say from models, we rather say we just want to import the models itself, right? So this way we are importing the package called modules. Okay, so that's all that we would have to do. Then here I'll just change the rest to be models.storage, and then here also models.storage. Right. So there are other ways to also like structure our things, but here is going to be an easier one. So now let's go ahead and then try this one more time. I'll bring in IPython, then import the base model. Now you can see that once I do this, it works all right. So now let's create um, a few things. Okay, so now remember that already we have these files over here. We have this going on here already, right? So now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create everything we're just going to create something, right? So I'll say base one is equal to base one, base model, right? And then also let's have a few things as well, base two, and then base three, right? And then let's set base one, uh, base one to let's say base one dot links, right? And that's going to be, let's say, a list of links. Let's say we have twitter.com, um, amazon.com, right? A few things. And then let's say base two, it's also going to have, um, I don't know, let's say color, or I can't really think well. The network is really, really annoying. Really annoying. Really annoying. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, 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 we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, so good. So I'll just do, yes. Okay, so now when I do base one dot save, it usually saves everything, right? Though I called it on base one, it will actually save the like the whole thing that we have done so far, right? So base one dot save, you can see that now I have some information here. I have, you can see that over there. Uh, the first base model that I had, there was this over there. There was that as well, right? So in the same way, like if I modify anything on base one again, let's say base one, um, dot let's say email is equal to Bob at email.com, right? And let's say I do base two dot save, right? This will still update everything regardless. You can see that the email has updated, though I called it on base two, right? That save method now calls the file storage, which saves everything inside of the object dictionary, right? So everything inside of the object dictionary will get saved, regardless of the instance that called it. Okay, so that's where we would probably end for today. But now you can see that like once we make a change, everything shows up here, and later we can always come back to this, load it back into our code, and work with it in like that. So this is what the like the console is able to read from. Okay, so for example here, let me bring back my is it this one here? Yes. So you can see that in my console, uh, when I do an ls, you can see that I have a file called file storage dot json. When I cut out this file, you can see that I have these. Oops, I have um, fi- these things there, right? So now if I go into the console and I say all, you can see that I only see what I have there, right? Like I have, maybe that doesn't look very fun, but you can see I have the first user and I have the second user, right? So now I can access this user, make a change to it, and then show that. So let's say I come to this place, I can say uh, update user with this ID, right? Then I want to give them a name, and that's going to be is that once we do this, it is getting saved, right? Like there's code beneath this that is making sure that it is getting saved, right? So like now I've opened up a new window, and when I cut out the file.json, you can see that the file has been updated, right? So like the next task is on building the console. But with the sake of time and then a very stable network, we would have to pause here for now and then see what we can do maybe another time. Like it was supposed to be this one. Yeah, I was thinking maybe most of us have been able to cover a few things so that we could have worked it out together. But I think that also took the time a little. So yeah. Any questions up to this part?